Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to this capacity building workshop. And I'm very glad to see all of you. I'm glad that you made time to be here. And thank you so much. I welcome you into this capacity building workshop on results-based finance and application and reporting of safeguards. It will be a 2-day engagement, today and tomorrow. And we have a program that will guide us for these 2 days on each of our tables, just for your reference. And then also on our tables, we have 2 documents that we are going to be, that will be guiding us, since we are going to look at them in our program. So just for your reference, you can refer to the 2 documents on your table. Maybe as the consultants are presenting, just to inform the sessions on those documents as we look at them. So on the program, our next item is an opening prayer. I request a volunteer to lead us in a word of prayer. Any volunteer to lead us in a word of prayer? Christine, we have a representative, a volunteer behind this side. Okay, it's okay. You can give it to her and then. Thank you.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Irene Kambeda is my name. Let's stand up and honor the Lord as we pray. Loving Father, I want to thank you for the gift of life this morning. I want to thank you for the journey mercies that you have granted unto us. And I want to thank you, Lord, for this training that we have come for. And I want to thank you, Lord, for all the trainers that are going to train us, all the facilitators. And I pray, Lord, for your wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, that we may benefit, that we may all benefit from this training workshop. Lord, I pray, King of Glory, for unity as we are here, King of Glory. And I pray for a good environment. In Jesus' name I prayed.
Thank you so much, Irene, for that prayer. Next on our program, we have introductions. I request that Christine, maybe you move the microphone starting from where you are. And let's introduce ourselves.
Morning, everyone. I work with Emily.
Good morning. Anthony Nyombe is my name, Axton Frontiers.
Good morning. I'm Albert Trijuche, Emily, Consultant.
Bademosi Moses, Senior Forest Officer Buyukwe, Acting DNR Obuyukwe.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Wayafu David Mujasi, working for Aid Environment.
Good morning. My name is Irene Kambeda. I'm a Senior Forest Officer. I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Charity Kansime is my name, and I'm a senior economist with the Ministry of Water and Environment, Forestry Department.
Good morning. William Maweno, Minister of Water and Environment, the Forestry Sector Support Department.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kiza Simon. I work with Green Resources.
Good morning, everyone. Mujisha Adam is my name. Forestry Sector Support Department, Forest Office.
Good morning. My name is Mkandi Winfred. I work with United Organization for Water Development in Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Namboz Irene. I work with Emily.
Good morning. I'm Perry Ayakaka, Forest Officer with Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning, Barbara Lewis Soroma. I work with NEMA.
Good morning. My name is Nalunkuma Shamira. I am an economist with Ministry of Water and Environment under Forest Sector Support.
Good morning. I am Lydia Kansime, Communications Officer, Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning. I'm Kenneth Abulu, Forestry Officer, Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Richard Hamba. I work with teens in Makerere University.
Morning, everyone. My name is Anton Walimbo. I work with the Climate Action Network Uganda.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Tashobia Crispus. I'm the Carbon and Green Finance Expert at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development.
I am Gastachi. I'm Gastachi Tree Talk Plus.
Good morning. My name is Gabriel Kato. I work with Ministry of Water and Environment as an environment officer. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Christine Batusa. I work with Emily.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kurutum Nampima. I work with Emily.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Asimwe Joan, CSR Coordinator, NFC Programs, Uganda, stroke Sandbad.
Good morning. My name is Semama Mohammed. I work with the Ministry of Water and Environment Planetary Department.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I am Salun Kuma Hakim, Environment Officer, Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dibarema Tadino, an officer of the Ministry of Water and Environment. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm called Kaikara Suzanne, Forest Officer, Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nachinji Eva, Forest Officer, Ministry of Water and Environment.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fauza Namkuga. I'm a Principal Environment Officer, Ministry of Water and Environment. And I'm a member of the Safeguards team. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dilis Ndivisa is my name and I work with ECHO.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jane Ariemo, and I'm a sociologist with Ministry of Water and Environment, Forestry Sector Support.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bridget Wawiria from Kamuli District Local Government.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kovia Akelo. I'm from the Department of Environmental Management at Makerere University.
Philip Kiumuro, I work for WWF.
Emmanuel Tenywa from the Ministry of Water and Environment Climate Change Department.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Stephen Opio from Ministry of Water and Environment Climate Change Department. Thank you.
Michael Tebere, Kijani Forestry Limited.
Gerard Yona, REDD Natural Resources Kagadi.
My name is David Baguma. I'm the consultant lead to UNDP. It's my pleasure to be here with you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Patrick Igulot. I'm a senior forest officer in the Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning. My name is Patience D. Proskova. I work as sociologist, Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Xavier Mugumia. I was retained by Emily to support the REDD Plus Secretariat as the REDD Plus Safeguards Specialist. Thank you.
Maybe the person moving the microphone, don't forget to introduce yourself.
Good morning to you all. I'm Naminembe Gloria, Forest Officer with the Ministry of Water and Environment.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bob Kazungu from Ministry of Water and Environment. A pleasure indeed to see you guys here, because you make it work when you're here. We shall be talking later. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm Kawala Miriam. I work with Emily. And next on our agenda, we have remarks, and the first person to make the remarks, I'd like to invite Christine from Emily to make the remarks, and then you will take that opportunity to invite the REDD Plus focal point to make his remarks. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Miriam, for the invitation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, my name is Christine Mbatusa. I work with Emily, and I am honored to stand before you to make the opening remarks, the welcome remarks on behalf of Emily. Emily is environmental management for livelihood improvement, for those that do not know. And we are a civil society organization that has collaborated with the Ministry of Water and Environment to organize the capacity building workshop where you are today. I want to acknowledge the presence of the representatives from the different institutions, including the academia, the civil society organizations, the private sector, the indigenous people, and also government ministries, agencies, and departments. You're most welcome. We also were supposed to have representatives from the UNEP, the United Nations Environment Program. I don't know if they are online, but if they are, I also take the pleasure to welcome them to today's meeting. Just to give you a background to this is that the ministry, with financial assistance from the UN REDD program, is undertaking efforts to meet safeguards requirement under the architecture for REDD Plus transactions and the REDD Plus Environment Excellence Standards, what we refer to as the ART trees. I know most of you have come across that acronym, and that is the full wording for it. We want to see how we can strengthen the implementation of safeguards as we aim to implement our REDD Plus activities. And from the previous years, with support from UNEP through the UN REDD, we've been able to develop a number of documents, including the stakeholder engagement plan. I don't know, some of you could have been consulted on the same to see which stakeholders are doing something related to REDD Plus activities or forest management and sustainable conservation. We also developed the registration document and the trees monitoring report and the plan for conformancy. Therefore, this workshop, as part of the objective, is that you will have a look at those documents, some of them which are before you, for example, the SOI, the summary of information, and you provide input. But it was noted from the previous engagements that there is lack of capacity, that is, the different actors are not very familiar with the topics that we are talking about under the safeguards, which informs the reason as to why we are here today, so that we continue to build your capacity at all levels on aspects of art, stroke the trees safeguards. Today, we expect that we'll have our capacity built and knowledge shared for effective REDD+ implementation, especially on the application, reporting, and results-based financing. So for the 2 days that we are to be here, pay attention to understanding how to report, how to apply, but also what results-based financing is. Then we expect to also hear a progress on how the UN REDD program is supporting Uganda. Then we shall have an overview on the climate change mechanisms. I am glad that we already have representatives from the Climate Change Department of the Ministry of Water and Environment. We all know that the climate change mechanisms or regulations were launched, and they recognize the trees as a standard. So it is something that we are going to hear about moving forward in this meeting, but also to know how we can be able to use the outcomes from the implementation of REDD activities to support the realization of the national ambitious goal under the nationally determined contributions. So with that, I want to thank you once again and to emphasize that your being here is to have your capacity strengthened on REDD+ results-based finance and application and reporting of safeguards, and also provide input in the relevant documents. That is the draft second summary of information, but also you will receive and discuss the draft report on non-state entities in REDD+ and results-based financing, and explore emerging issues related to results-based finance. Thank you so much. I want to wish you good deliberations for the 2 days you'll be here. So I want to invite the representative, the national focal point for REDD+, Mr. Commissioner Bob Kazung, to make the remarks, but also want to acknowledge the support that we've received from WWF to support this initiative, and acknowledge the presence of Mr. Philip Chihumro. You're welcome, sir, and we are very grateful for the support that you extend. Thank you.
Called last night, but you'll bear with me for that, hopefully. Right. So you can see on the program, we've, I think, made some slight adjustments. We're not able to catch the UN REDD Africa Technical Coordinator, who has just sent me a message now that he might join later. Unfortunately, they have a staff meeting in Nairobi right now, which was a sudden staff meeting. So when he joins, probably later, he can make some remarks. So even if he comes in tomorrow, no problem. I'm also going to combine my remarks with the opening remarks by the permanent secretary, because you might be aware that the permanent secretary just returned from Bonn, Germany, just this weekend. And so yesterday, when I was speaking to him, he asked me to step in because of the challenge, and even all the others, like the director is also just returned, he's out of office today. And so I'm gonna deliver that as well on on his behalf. So bear with me for that for the moment. Before I give the opening remarks, let me just speak as the National Red Plus focal point for Uganda, because it's quite important for me to highlight a few things for you moving forward. First of all, it's with great pleasure that you've been able to accept to come for this meeting at such a very short notice, because we understand that the invitation did not come out that early. So we cannot take you for granted for having made it to this meeting. I wish also to let you know that Uganda is moving pretty fast within Africa region to advance itself in view of carbon financing. We just recently launched the climate change mechanisms regulations. As you have always, some of you have been with us, you've been listening to these dissemination conversations and sensitization conversations that we have had. And I want to thank the climate change department colleagues who've always accepted to join in our engagements in order to deliver the talk on the climate change mechanisms regulations, because that's quite important. And those regulations have taken care of REDD Plus as one of the vehicles or the engines to advance climate financing through carbon trade. I just wanted to make that very clear. Uganda also, when you log in, you know, now we have AI, which is very tricky, but okay. We have, I'm saying tricky, but we also have the Google, Ask Google. So when you log in and try to find out where we stand as a country in terms of REDD Plus implementation, in Africa, we are ranked among the top 5. In the sense that we've been able to conclusively deliver the WASO elements for REDD, those 4 WASO elements that we always talk about for those of you who have been with us for some time. The forest reference emission level, which we submitted 2018. Right now, we are actually undertaking the review of that. We have the Safeguards Information System webpage. Not many countries in Africa actually have even a mere webpage for the Safeguard Information System. They still have the architecture, documentation, and right now, with the support we shall be talking about later, the UN REDD program support, we'll be advancing the Safeguard Information System to a level of making it more functional in terms of receiving information and churning information out in a manner that is acceptable globally. The third element is the National Forest Monitoring System, which is coordinated by the Ministry of Water and Environment, REDD Plus Secretariat. There is a team that some of them are here, but others are not here. They are undergoing an MRV training, again by the FAO under the same UN REDD program support. They work very closely to make sure that system is functional. We have some issues right now with it, but we've been promised that by the National Forest Authority that hosts the system in terms of the technical, that will be up and running in the next few days. We had a few issues with downloads and within that system, and got a bit clogged and had a bit of issues, but it's gonna be up and running in a few days from now. But it's one of those also elements that is a requirement for a country to, you know, to engage or involve itself in carbon trade through the REDD Plus mechanism. Then the fourth is the National Strategy and Action Plan for REDD, which some of you are aware was launched in 2019. It was revised 2021. And right now we are looking at undertaking another revision, but that will be with support from another donor who is engaging the department and REDD+ Secretariat to revise the REDD+ strategy and action plan to fit within some emerging issues of emission reductions across the globe. So Uganda then qualifies to engage itself in resource-based payments because of those four also elements that we have. And because of all that, we were able, therefore, to receive support from the UN REDD program, which is implemented by the 3 UN agencies, the traditional FAO, UNDP, and UNEP. And also because of the work we had advanced in REDD+, we were able to submit results through what they call, my brother Mohammed is here, from the climate change department. They what called a technical annex to the biannual update report. Of course, now gonna be the biannual transparency report because of the UNFCCC requirements. So those results that we submitted for December 2015 to December 2017, it's 2 years. We did it voluntarily as a country because we had advanced our land use, land cover mapping. We had advanced in the National Forest Inventory during the time of REDD+ readiness in 2019. So we're able to deliver some results voluntarily. Nobody asked Uganda to do it. We just did it voluntarily. And that was a demonstration that we have results occurring from REDD+ implementation over the years, you know, for the period 2000 to 2018. So, and because of that, those results, we decided as a ministry, as a government, to request that the GCF can advance us some money as a country so that we can use them for different things, what they call use of proceeds, you know, and of course, right now we are in the process to develop a proposal after the board of GCF approved our concept note that we submitted to the GCF based on those results. So we are currently among only 4 countries in the world that are preparing proposals for those results in order to benefit from about 32 to 33 million US dollars, low-hanging fruits money that we shall use to advance REDD+ in the country, but also shall use it for, of course, implementing our REDD+ strategy and action plan that we have as a country. So because of all these discussions, Uganda has been seen to be at the top in Africa, in addition to Ghana and other countries like Zambia, Kenya, Ethiopia, in advancing REDD+, which is one of those mechanisms. It's not the only one. It's one of those mechanisms that is available out there for reducing emissions. And for REDD, it is for purposes of reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. And so because of all that, again, we thought that we would join the ATRIS family, which we did in early 2023. So when we joined the ATRIS family, now the ATRIS, for those who have been with us, is art is an architecture for REDD transactions, but the trees is a standard. So when we joined, it meant that we accepted to, as a government, to advance jurisdiction of REDD, which is, of course, what REDD is. Probably at national jurisdictional level. So when we joined the art family, so we then, of course, the UN REDD comes in. So when the UN REDD comes in to support us advance our REDD+ implementation in view, in aligning it with the requirements for that tree standard. So this is where we come from to this point in time. From 2023, 2024. And then for this year, we've been receiving some minimal, I call it minimal anyway, but
yeah, and so we're privileged as a country to be part of the Action Standard because the trees standard is one of those standards that is being used to deliver high integrity urban credits. And that is why for all of you who are in this conversation with urban credit, that's why you have OSIA, which is for airlines. Like the high integrity urban credits. They listed the trees standard as one. Actually, all the things that you've been involved with the
such that at the right time, when we have these credits ready to be issued through the trees standard, we will be one of the countries that, of course, will benefit from, from some good monies out of carbon trade. The understanding that we have a problem with the price of carbon because of the integrity questions and because of some other things, but we think that with the trees we're able to and so it's a process for us to reach there. And so we are preparing trees registration documents, preparing trees monitoring report, we're preparing the plan for conformance, and all those are going to end up at the Art Secretariat in the USA, Winrock International. They will be reviewed, then we shall go for verification validation. So we're still together. And all those processes need us to engage with you. And that's why you see the representation from the indigenous communities here. That's why you see people from other ministries. That's why you see the civil society organizations, the private sector, and the many more people that we have kept calling to different meetings on safeguards aspect, but also with the FAO and with the UNDP engagements that we've had. So we are together with you, and we cannot take you for granted. It is for the country. It's not a personal. Sometimes when you're moving, they say that red thing, that's the red man. But you see, it's not about me. In fact, let me tell you something. I used to be part of the Red Plus core team, during the time of the readiness phase, which was championed very well by the commissioner now for climate change, Margaret Atieno. When I say very well, it's because we wouldn't be having those Warsaw elements completed if those people did not do their job. And so I just came in later, I just came in about 2021, just to see that we continue into this conversation. So it's not actually about me, it's about you and all the rest of the people. But very soon, we are going to have some money from REDD Plus, from the GCF. We're going to have money from additional, the many people who are looking out for high integrated credits, and the trees standard delivers those. I'm not saying Vera does not. Even those other standards deliver, Plan Vivo, they also deliver, in their own category. High quality or high integrity. And even the conversation of high integrity is becoming very advanced with the voluntary carbon mechanism, with IC and the I, the Integrity Council for VCM, and then the VCM integrity mechanism that is for both demand and supply sides respectively, for ensuring high integrated credit. So it's all about how does a country prepare itself for such. And the team that had just come back from Bonn will tell you that the discussion by the SB, the standard, the subsidiary body, 62 meeting that happened in Bonn over the last 2 weeks, that there are quite a lot of opportunities for countries that can meet requirements, especially for high integrity credits. And Uganda is positioning itself and through many things, including through advancing the trees or REDD Plus with the trees standard and ensuring that we align ourselves to the requirements for that standard, which is globally seen as a very good standard. So we are together, and just really want to thank you so much from the bottom of our heart for you being able to come for this engagement. It's part of the journey when we are doing validation and verification from the other countries that have met recently physically, Ghana, Costa Rica, and Colombia, the other countries that have advanced a little bit ahead of us. We are learning from them. When we submit our documents, our trees registration document and the monitoring report, and subject it to validation and verification, they're gonna ask for who was involved in this process, and so your names and telephone numbers are going to be with somebody whom I do not know, looking at trying to wonder whether it is true we consulted you. And actually the validation, which is an independent body that does verification validation, will actually come down to the country, and they might randomly select your telephone number and call you and ask you, have you ever been at a meeting at a cellar? So if you tell lies that you have never been here, and yet you have been here for your own reasons, you kill the country. But of course, they have other ways of trying to corroborate that. So even if you tell them that, I've never been there, those people annoyed me. I don't know, I've done about them. It's up to you. They'll use other means to make sure that they're sure that probably you're here. Because they also know that sometimes people forget or something like that. So we really want you to stay with us. It's not politics, but it's just the truth that we need you to advance this subject. And the Climate Change Department will continue to engage with you on the regulations during additional dissemination engagements. In the future, please come and we work on this together for the good of the country, because we know that Uganda is in a better position in Africa, so many things, especially with the readiness for us to advance implementation of Article 6, 6.2, 6.4, 6.8, and others. To be part of the organization. Just to let you know also that UN REDD program support is implemented by the 3 UN agencies, but in Uganda, in Kenya, UNEP is physically there, but in Uganda, UNEP does not have a physical office. So they did a due diligence around many NGOs, I'll not mention for the obvious reasons, and they landed on Emily to support them administer the administration of their funding that is coming to the country, specifically focused on the safeguards component of this work that we have, and that is why we are here. But I also want to acknowledge WWF. WWF has been with us at the REDD Plus Secretariat, and we've always requested them to provide additional support where we feel that we need it, and especially to advance the work of REDD Plus. And they've been very kind. Thanks to Philip and the team. Philip, please take our regards to the ED. We are really excited. We are happy that you, and we really acknowledge the support that you keep providing for it. Some of you are aware of the FRECA project. Some of you are aware of other programs that WWF have been implementing in the past and currently. And usually they, when we tell them that, we need some engagement with some people, it comes out handy and provides support. So we normally work together as REDD Plus with them. So every time you see us appreciating their support, please. It's not by mistake. That's how we've worked with them. Of course, there are other partners that we work with, like Aid Environment, who is here. Could have had him introduce himself. WCS and others who have been supporting the Red Plus Secretariat in many ways. You see, when they say support Red Plus Secretariat, it's not about buying us a vehicle or whatever. That's not really. For us, we value it more on the quality of the engagement. But Red Plus is about consensus building. So if we have a partner who can do enhance the quality of engagement of our stakeholders, we take that a little bit more serious than many other things. So we really want to thank our partners, WWF, for all the support that you're providing. Now, colleague, that was as the Red Plus focal point. Now, the remarks by the Permanent Secretary are very brief, by the way, so we don't expect to, I don't expect to stay here much longer, just in case you're already irritated by my overstay at the pulpit. Let me try to get this. All right. The representative of the United Nations Environment Program, present. The representative of the UNDP, representative of FAO, colleagues from the ministries, departments, and agencies are present. Colleagues from our partners, the non-state actors, including the private sector, the media, not forgetting the colleagues from the Ministry of Water and Environment. Good morning. If you don't respond, I cannot continue, please. That will remain that there is a problem. I'll inform the peers that they did not respond to your greeting. Maybe they're not very happy with us as a ministry. All right, so I wish to thank the UN REDD program for the support that they're giving to the country to prepare souls for advancing and engaging in carbon trade transactions nationally and globally. The REDD Plus program, colleagues, started in 2009 when Uganda joined the rest of the world in preparing the SOF for REDD Plus implementation. So we have journeyed since 2009, and we've been able to deliver a number of frameworks, the main ones being the Warsaw framework documents, but we also did some supportive frameworks on benefit sharing, grievance redress mechanisms. We had the gender action plan for REDD, among others. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to appreciate all of you who have journeyed with us since 2009. Others have joined along the way. But we at the Ministry of Water and Environment wish to inform you that the engagements were not in vain. Because as we speak now, Uganda has delivered the 4 Warsaw elements, but we are still adding some improvements that we are doing. Uganda has been able to join the rest of the world to benefit from the GCF REDD Plus Resource-Based Payments Pilot Program, in the sense that on the 13th of July, 2024, the country's concept note that had been written to the GCF 2 years earlier than that was approved for advancement in preparation of a proposal. And so one of our objectives to receive resource-based payments has been met. And we hope that at the board 43 of 2025, this year, of the G, we will have our proposal approved, and then we shall start off with the implementation of that program or project. We expect that the funds that we shall receive will be used as per the guidelines of the GCF, but also as per the agreements, recommendations that we shall receive from all of you. I wish to also thank all of you who have participated in the consultations for the development of that proposal in Mbale recently, and also in Masaka, especially for the National Technical Committee of REDD that was in Masaka, and then for the rest of you who might have been involved in the meeting in Mbale. Additional consultations will be undertaken as soon as we have the funding from this proposal before we do the actual implementation. Ladies and gentlemen, Uganda recently concluded and launched the Climate Change Mechanisms Regulations 2025. And we want to thank all the stakeholders, all the partners that supported financially, but also that supported technically, and not forgetting the National Task Force for that process. The Climate Change Mechanisms Regulations have ensured that REDD+ implementation is taken into consideration. And you may recall within those regulations that we have listed the kind of standards that are acceptable, agreeable for the implementation of the climate change mechanism regulations. And you can see that a number of those standards have also been utilized for REDD+ implementation and shall be utilized for jurisdictional REDD+ as well, like the arteries, Vera, Landbeam, and others, to mention but a few. I wish to thank the REDD+ Secretariat at the Forest Sector Support Department for the resilience that they have demonstrated to keep the candle burning for REDD+ implementation. Because we are aware that in many countries, after the readiness phase was completed, there is no more talk about REDD+. Because when the financing ended, most of those countries did not continue. But we wish to thank the Secretariat for continuing to mobilize additional resources from within and without to ensure that we continue preparing ourselves for the results-based payments phase of REDD+ implementation that we are in right now. I wish to also let you know that we are reviewing the National Forestry Policy of 2001. And when you look at the draft reviewed policy, you will appreciate that the obligations and objectives of REDD+ implementation have been taken care of within that policy, which we hope to be concluded in the coming months. It was only delayed by the rationalization process within the forestry sector and within the different government ministries and departments and agencies. But as soon as we have the green light, we should be able to complete the process of reviewing the National Forestry Policy. We are also aware that we have initiated the review of the National Forest and Tree Planting Act of 2003. And we are very cautious to ensure that aspects of emission reductions accruing from the forestry sector are taken into consideration as we review the Act, but also as we develop the attendant legal framework, the regulations, and then the standards and guidelines for the implementation of the Act. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish also to let you know that whereas we've improved in the forest cover from about 10% in 2015 to the current 12.6% as of June 2024, we still have a lot of work to do as a country, because the loss, especially of our native forests, is disturbing. But we wish to appreciate the partners who have advanced commercial tree growing for the work that they're doing and for providing an alternative source of wood for construction and for other purposes. Let me also let you know that the government of Uganda is currently involved in ensuring that we meet the requirements of the Kunmin-Montreal biodiversity framework, and many partners led by NEMA, IUCN, and others, the UNDP, have been working to ensure that our national biomass strategy and action plan is aligned with the requirements of the global Kunmin-Montreal biodiversity framework. And that fits very well into the work that the REDD+ is supposed to advance in terms of conservation of forests and conservation of our carbon stock. Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of work has been sunk in ensuring that the country is ready to participate in the global carbon trade. And so we don't wish to see our efforts be drained and be shelved moving forward. So because of that, the country decided to join the REDD+ family in order to advance REDD+ resource-based payments using one of those global high-integrity credit deliverable vehicle, the REDD+ standard. And we want to again reiterate that capacity is extremely important for us to advance this. We need to have a critical mass of our fellow Ugandans who understand the requirements of this standard and many other standards. And capacity building, therefore, is one of our key needs as a country. And I wish, therefore, to reiterate that the workshop that has been organized to build capacity on aspects of applying and reporting on safeguards, which is one of the key components of the REDD+, and also ensuring that we look at the emerging issues in the resource-based finance is very important for the future of this country. You know very well that Uganda is one of those countries that can deliver high-quality credits, because even when we are among the emitters, but we are seen as one of the least emitting countries in the world, because we still have a comparative advantage. And ladies and gentlemen, I wish to ask you to take advantage of the experts that we have from within the UN, but also the local experts that are among us to appreciate and understand better how we can advance in carbon trade as a country through the REDD Plus mechanism, but through the trees standard. And we are privileged because not many countries in Africa have gone this far. And so we need to be seen to be one of those countries that have the critical mass of people who understand the requirements for trees. And when you understand the requirements for the tree standard, then you will have understood the requirements for many other standards because they are related in one way or the other. So I wish, therefore, to mention that as a Minister of Water and Environment, this capacity building workshop is extremely important. It is the second capacity building workshop for this year. The first one was delivered in January 2025 under the current UN REDD program support. And I wish to, of course, not forget to thank the WISE facility, Emily, that is providing the support to advance the component of the UN REDD program support on safeguards using the administrative means and the agreement that it was signed between Emily and UNEP to advance this work on our behalf as a REDD Plus Secretariat. I wish to thank the team of Emily. I wish to thank all the experts that have kept with us for all this time. And I just want to ask you to take this capacity building very serious and take advantage of the experts that are here. Ask as many questions as you can. And please, if there are any other things you want us at the Ministry of Water and Environment to do in order for you to understand this better, please let us know through the Secretariat of Emily and through the REDD Plus Secretariat so that we are able to advance your understanding and knowledge better. I wish you all the best, the deliberations for today and part of tomorrow, for God and my country. Dr. Alfred Okoto Kidi, Minister of Water and Environment, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Commissioner. And thank you once again for being available for this workshop. Just a reminder, I would like to remind everyone that on our tables we have two documents for your reference. We shall be diving into these documents as we follow the program. So next we are going for a tea break. We shall have a tea break, maybe for like 30 minutes. And then we shall be back here. Thank you so much. Yes? The tea session, and then we shall be back for the presentation. The team, do we have a group photo or after the tea? Behind. Yeah, we shall first have the tea and then we shall come back for a group photo. Okay, they will inform us, but we are going to have the tea first, and then the team working on the photograph will tell us whether we have it before the presentations or after. So thank you so much. Let's break off for the tea break for 30 minutes.
Hello. We are going to our next session. I want to call members to order. For those that are still having tea, let's have a working tea. We are going for our next session, and the commissioner will be delivering to us the progress on REDD Plus implementation. So I want to welcome the commissioner, Mr. Bob Kazungu, to deliver the presentation. You're welcome, sir.
Good morning again. I'm sorry I had to return. Somebody should have made this presentation, but is not here because of the other parallel engagement at the FAO. So I just have to come back, make sure that, yeah, but before they set up the presentation, when I was talking on behalf of the REDD Plus focal point in the morning, I mentioned that we are one of the few countries in Africa that is benefiting from the UN REDD. And the UN REDD program support has not just started in the recent years. It was also part of the technical assistance vehicles during the readiness phase of REDD Plus from 2009 to, from 2013 to 2019. And it was after 2019 when we submitted the results for REDD in 2020 at the peak of COVID. Then UNEP, by then the Africa Regional Coordinator for UNEP, Dr. Peter Umne, approached us at the Secretariat and informed us that Microsoft, which you know very well, the famous Microsoft, was interested in Uganda because when you visited the UNFCCC website, what we call the Info Hub for REDD, you saw that Uganda was one of those countries that had successfully completed the WASO elements like I talked about. So he requested us, and I remember during that time of COVID, it was a bit difficult. But we asked for a meeting with my permanent secretary, and I arranged an online meeting on behalf of the REDD Plus focal point at that time. And so we agreed that UNEP, because Dr. Peter Umne was physically from UNEP, so we agreed that UNEP provides us some technical support to deliver a concept note to Microsoft, which we did during COVID. Then during the first round of COVID 2020. And so Microsoft has Uganda's concept note, like it has other countries' concept notes. And it is starting to ask those countries whether they're interested in selling their carbon to them. And in Germany the other day, they were talking to my boss about that. In 2021, there came another window, what called the LEAF Coalition. The LEAF Coalition is a consortium of 4 governments, UK, USA, Norway, and of course, recently in 2022 at the COP, South Korea joined, together with some big-time multinational companies, A and B, that most of you know use it for getting accommodation in some countries. And if you want to go and rest, some of you have used A and B, and Neso, Delta Airlines, mentioned some of those big guys. They came together with the 4 governments with an intention to form a coalition, which they formed called the LEAF Coalition, lowering emissions through through forest finance. And so it was at that time in August 2021 when we submitted the proposal to the LEAF Coalition. And in November 2021, our proposal was approved by the LEAF Coalition. And so they required Uganda to do an MOU with the administrator for the LEAF Coalition called Emergent, which we prepared, and then we submitted to the Attorney General's chambers at that time. And then a few days before that, there had been a communication that all those submissions have to be endorsed by lot number 1 before the Attorney General can endorse. When I say plot number 1, I hope you know what I'm talking about. You can ask your neighbor. And then, so we to delay the bit because we needed to get on the other side. So I drafted a letter for my minister to submit the request for guidance on the MOU with the Emergent. It took a lot of time, even with our contacting inside and whatever. And then so the LEAF Coalition asked us to do a letter of intent instead because the private, those companies had become very interested in Uganda's credits. So if you cannot do an MOU, you can do a letter of intent. So we started on the journey in 2022 to do a letter of intent. And towards COP 27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, which I attended, the Attorney General, of course, the Attorney General approved the letter of intent, of course, with some adjustments. One of the adjustments that we should use the Uganda laws. So when we met the Emergent people in Egypt, in Sharm el-Sheikh at that time, they said, oh, but you see now this legal requirement is a bit, because the companies are global, we are using the New York code or the law for the New York. So we didn't, from that time, we didn't sign the letter of intent. But because we had joined the LEAF Coalition, the UN REDD became interested in supporting Uganda to advance the trees because it was the standard of the trees that we're going to use to advance the transactions, the REDD Plus transactions for the benefit of the LEAF Coalition. And so as the leadership of the minister, we decided, okay, now look, the fact that we haven't signed a letter of intent, does it mean that we cannot advance? So we said, no, we can advance our REDD Plus through the trees and align the requirements, align our also elements with the requirements for art trees. Because there are other buyers who might actually be interested in the credits advanced through the standard of trees. So we agreed in 2023, in January, to join the art trees family, of course, and then we continued. And that's how the UN now did engage us. The UN REDD, did engage us. And UNEP was taking the lead. Up to now, UNEP is the lead of the 3 UN agencies in advancing the work of aligning our requirements of the REDD water elements to the trees requirements. And that's how we have come. And each year there is a work plan that we implement since 2023. Now we are implementing 2025, and it's that progress that I'm going to share with you in a very short time this afternoon or this morning, and hopefully before the afternoon, because it's 25 minutes past 11. Next slide. And I've decided just to talk about where we have come from in terms of the 2025. What do we intend to do broadly, and then the actual progress of what you have done. Now, if you wish to know what we did in 2023, 2024, I want to challenge you not to use AI, but to go and visit the website of UN REDD. As soon as the website is we are, by the way, for your information, the Ministry of Water and Environment website is under how they call it, the IT experts. We are trying to review, we are trying to not update. There's something we are doing to it at the moment. So as you can see a few things, others are still coming in, but in a few days, we shall also have this UN REDD program support, the progress and everything on the ministry website under REDD Plus that you can also check. And you'll see what we have done also 2023, 2024, and up to now, in a few days from now. So the 2025 work plan and support through the UN REDD technical assistance, TA's technical assistance, so that is how it is defined. To Uganda builds upon two major things. It builds upon the progress we made in 2024. Some of you have been with us. Some actually challenging those who have not been with us to go and look out for that information. But we're just building upon what we completed 2024, but we're also building upon the country's continuous interest in accessing high quality results-based payment options through compliance with the RTRI's requirements. Those are the two main reasons why this work plan was developed and the progress that comes along with this that I'm going to share with you. Next slide. But the focus is on those areas. We are focusing on this, if you don't mind. So we are focusing on completion of the trees registration documents on safeguards and on MRV elements, including activity data assessment from sample-based measures. So these two things into one are delivered by UNEP and FAO. UNEP focusing on the safeguards and FAO focusing on the MRV elements. And you know, for you to have carbon computed, you need to have activity data and emission factors, for those of you who understand that language. So as you do activity data, continuous activity data assessments, that's what we are doing with FAO. You also use the emission factors, which can be default IPCC, or you develop them as a country, and we've been able to do that for the plantations. And we're trying to work very hard for the degradation aspects. We also want to focus on strengthening capacity for applying and reporting on safeguards and on carbon markets. And this is why we are here for these 1.5 days. Then AFOLU mitigation policies and measures of the updated NDC. AFOLU is agriculture, forest, and other land uses. Those of you who have engaged with the preparation of the national determined contributions, you know that we have sectors there, and AFOLU is one of the sectors. And REDD Plus or forest falls under AFOLU. And so one of the things that UNDP is going to be working on, and it's already initiated these conversations, is to make sure that forestry and REDD Plus are considered in the NDC number 3, what we call NDC 3.0, which is under preparation. Currently, we are doing a stock take of what we submitted in 2022 September by the Climate Change Department that is here. Does that on the behalf of the government. And so it collects all those data from the other sectors, including AFOLU. We're also focusing on GCF results-based payments, pilot funding proposal submission, the GCF board, which will enable the country to access the longer-awaited results-based payments finance. So this same support through FAO, because FAO is the accredited entity for this submission to the GCF of this proposal. So we're using part of the resources to not all, to make sure we advance this work, hire some experts who understand they understand the requirements of GCF, make sure the proposal is really very good in order to make sure we have those resources. For your information, one of the 4 countries, because I told you that there were 4 countries that the GCF approved for them to develop proposals. One of them called Papua New Guinea, PNG. Their proposal was approved yesterday at the board 42 of the GCF. And the focal person in Rome called me last night and said, this is a good omen for Uganda. I don't know. What does good omen mean? I used to think omens are bad. So, so that's the language he said, and this is good omen for Uganda. We think we shall have it approved at board 43, in October. So we have to keep our fingers and keep praying over it anyway. Because for those of you who know what it means to pray, because Satan likes to, when you're about to succeed, he wants to come in and, try to threaten us. But we shall handle Satan properly. We shall also focus on scoping additional funds and investments for REDD+ implementation, for example, for the jurisdictional emissions reduction programs and piloting bankable forest conservation activities to scale. Some of you have been involved with the UNDP work when we did some consultations in Choga and Albertine, water management zones. After we delivered pins, project idea notes for the 2 water management zone. Maybe also to mention that when you read the REDD+ strategy, we decided that we can implement those water management zone level, but we can report at national level, or we can even implement at national level, depending on what we agree as a country for jurisdictional REDD. But of course, we have pilot projects. We have projects that can also be done at a much lower level than the water management zones, which is also allowed anyway. So we started off this work with UNDP to develop bankable projects. And now we have investment plans that we are further looking at based on the consultations we did in February and March. And then out of that, we shall, deliver about 3 or 4 projects for funding. We're already talking to the African Development Bank. We are talking to, even the GCF is actually waiting for another proposal from Uganda, which I think we shall submit end of this year or early next year, so that we can get some emission reduction investments taken forward. But all this is coming from the previous work that we did under REDD+ to prepare the pins for the 2 management zones. We can also do for the rest, depending on availability of funding. We also want to focus on identifying entry points and partnerships for deforestation-free value chains like coffee. You're aware that we have the European Union deforestation regulations that, are being discussed, and countries are preparing themselves. And one of the commodities is coffee. There are other commodities, but for Uganda's case, it's coffee, which we are focusing on. And so the UN REDD program support wants to during this support, work on how can we support in the future, not just now, in the future. The Uganda Coffee Development Authority has been working on this. And one of our colleagues in the department, my colleague, Assistant Commissioner Issa, has been working with the Uganda Coffee to work on this. So we want to, the REDD+, see how we can, we can provide more support, because it is about information largely. How sure, do you have proof that somebody planted this coffee in an area that was deforested, or they planted the coffee with deforestation happening? And if it is for a certain period of time, then that coffee might not qualify to enter the EU market. So we are saying we need data, and the best data for forestry is coming from REDD+. When I say best, because it is partial plus, plus ground truth data. So there's a bit of confidence in that kind of information. So we want to provide some support into that. For the start, shall see the entry points, shall look at the partnerships. Then later next year, with additional financing, we shall go into the real support on supporting UCDA on. It's no longer UCDA now, right? It's back in the Ministry of Agriculture. Is that right? Okay. It keeps in our mind, the authorities really, we're so powerful that sometimes you continue imagining they're still around, right? Yet they have been. Okay, next slide. So let's go to the progress, and very quickly, because some of these things are, we already talked about them. So next slide. I hope it's a bit clear. Okay, so we shall talk about what we intended to deliver this year, who is the responsible UN agency, and what we have achieved. That's as simple as that. The details in the reports that are also accessible when you want them. But we intended to do a climate investment program design, integrating forest carbon emission reduction, with local economic development. And that's the work that we have talked about, the emission reduction programs that we are going to prepare. So we have the draft investment plans undergoing finalization. They were done in February and March this year. Some of you were involved, maybe for purposes of accountability. Who among you was involved in these consultations for the emission reduction programs? Just by show of hands. If you're involved in any way. For those of you who are here. I don't mean we went up country, so maybe you're Kampala based or something. But it should be good to know such that we can get a session, the next engagement, to run you through what is embedded indoors. We also intend, and that is UNDP, the first one, then the FAO intends to do policy coherence analysis based on public expenditure analysis on forestry in Uganda. And I recall some of you again, maybe others were not here, of course, majority were not here. We're involved in some engagements in Ginger and other places to do what we call public expenditure analysis. What were we looking at? We're looking at sector of forestry and sector of agriculture and comparing, looking at the incentives in agriculture that are given that sometimes lead to deforestation, and how can we draw a line and how can we get a win-win, but based on the expenditures. So we're saying, okay, if at all we could get some of that money that we give to the other sector and invest it in forestry, would reduce deforestation and forest degradation. So there was an expenditure analysis of the public funds that are received, both through projects, also by recurrent budgets of government, to look at how the monies have come through for forestry and how much has come through for the other competing sectors. I call them competing sectors because when you look at the drivers of deforestation and forest degradation, agriculture, so we picked on agriculture only, and we did a very in-depth analysis led by FAO, ROM office especially. I remember they had recruited somebody at the Uganda office to support that process at that time, 2023, 2024. And this year, we're going to have, in addition to the public expenditure analysis, now we want to see how that produces what we call policy coherence. Are policies in line with each other in terms, are they agreeing with each other or disagreeing with each other in terms of reducing deforestation and forest degradation? So we're now going to do what we call a policy coherence analysis based on the public expenditure analysis that we did. Put the two things together and they're experts. I'm using a MAFAP methodology, which I don't know whether you're aware of, but it is employed largely in the agriculture sector for public expenditure and policy analysis and policy coherence analysis that are done. So that is, so the UN REDD program is going to provide some very limited resources to make sure that we conclude that that process. It's going to inform government on how can we fund forestry and fund other sectors in a view of reducing deforestation and forest degradation. So there must be sort of a balance. If you have a lot of money going to sector X, and that sector is the one leading to deforestation largely, then there's a problem. So you need to create a balance. And that's why you see agroforestry is going to become very, very powerful and very important in the coming years, because we are going to write a cabinet paper for this purpose. We also intended to explore public-private partnerships and finance to develop a pipeline for deforestation-free coffee production and enhanced traceability in line with national priorities. I talked about that. That will be handled later. UNDP and FAO will lead on that. Active data estimates, I talked about them. Done about 75% of that. FAO is leading on that. And I told you that some of the colleagues, we had to divide a bit role. Some are here, there's attending a meeting with FAO. It was, this meeting should have happened last week, so we just pushed it to this week because of some challenge. but about 75% of that activity data analysis and assessment has been concluded. We want it to be done as quickly as possible because it helps to feed into the trees registration document and the trees monitoring report. There's a section for carbon accounting that requires activity data. Sorry about that, because I'm not sure what's going on. I think there was something before that. Is that right? One more bullet, the slide before that. A slide before that. Anybody moving the slide? Just before that, okay. I think even before this, sorry. Before this. Is it coming? Sorry about that. Okay. But, okay, so we also want to update and the technical annex. In other words, we want to also produce other results for REDD Plus for 2018-2020. The FAO submitted some preliminary results for that period. I told at the other time the results we submitted were 2015-2017. Now 2018-2020. We also want to have those results available such that when an opportunity arises, we can also put them forward for somebody to take them. You see, if you don't have those results, then you can't sell. So we're also trying to prepare those results for 2018-2020 for that purpose. So a draft of that is also available. And we hope to just allow me just pick my laptop so that I can continue slowly. Apologies for that. We are trying to maybe Miriam, you can share those slides with the participants right now, such that they can follow as I present. Presentation mode, I think, is the best. Okay. Okay, fine. So we're also, of course, supporting through this UN REDD program support, safeguards reporting, strengthening the safeguard information system, made function and updated, and the second summary of information report finalized. And in this meeting, you know that, and part of this also requires some bit of capacity building. So we are doing the second capacity building this year. The first one happened in January. The second summary of information was prepared, received some comments from UNEP. And today, when we deliver this to you, we should be able to get additional comments. We also are very soon recruiting an expert to develop the safeguard information system, and that process has advanced pretty well. The trees restoration document, is one of the key things for us to submit to the Art Secretariat before we can then, they'll give us some comments certainly, but then we shall also be able to advance to validation and verification, and then later on have trees credits for issuance, and we shall agree whom do we sell to. Do we sell to UNOC? Do we sell to Uganda Airlines? Do we sell to Emirates? Do we sell to, we shall agree. That one is our decision. But these trees registration documents are being finalized. We've been refining them, including the plan for conformance. They are currently under revoke. Received comments, I think, yesterday, part of this morning. The trees monitoring document goes along with the registration document. Was also prepared and being reviewed. We received some comments yesterday and part of today. And we continue to engage with you in case you have anything, especially those who have been with us for some time. The safeguard specialist, of course, was hired for this year, is with us, Xavier here. He's providing support to, to all the safeguards work that we're doing with Emily being the administrator. We want to write a white paper to inclusively advance on REDD+ investments. So, white paper, there are blue papers, white papers, and other colors. So this one is a white paper, which we shall present to the senior management and top policy of the ministry and to the climate change department, such that we can try to see how best is REDD+ investments, emission reduction programs can provide support to implementation of our aspirations in the NDC, but also be used as one of the major vehicles for advancing carbon trade in the country. So it's not yet done, but it's going to be prepared. We also want to do some nesting framework for safeguards. And, some of you who know what nesting is on the other side, other than safeguards, but generally speaking, nesting is about making sure that you know who is doing what out there. And then you can either nest those programs to the national jurisdictional program, or you can find a mechanism of how they can work independently, but following the same baseline, following some of the national requirements under the regulations of climate change mechanisms, for example, under the requirements for REDD+. So for safeguards, you can do the same. Nesting, and so you can develop a nesting framework. There was recently an international webinar, I think led by FAO, on this nesting for everything, including safeguards. I don't know who attended it. Anybody by show of hands who attended that webinar? Philip and my brother then. You see, friends, let me tell you, learning does not end. Some of you might be here joking, but one day, when your job is gone, you might be required to, I'm joking, to do some of these things. And these webinars are free. So you just join. If you get an opportunity, just keep learning whatever you can learn, because the world is advancing it's really moving very fast. And my brother there, commissioner from climate change department, will tell you that things of carbon trade are moving so fast. Every time there are decisions at Bonn, for example, technical discussions and decisions made at Bonn before they're taken to the COP30 in Brazil, for example, for this year. And you can get lost if you don't follow. You have to keep track of these things, because one day, everybody might be talking about carbon trade, the country. You need to have some understanding. Anyway, that is a personal decision that you take. We also intended to update our roadmap. We prepared a roadmap for resource-based payments in 2022, 23. And we're trying to update it now, because we're trying to say, okay, how can REDD+ resource-based payments fit into all these global, national, regional discussions? There's so many opportunities, but how does REDD Plus fit into all this? So that roadmap is something that we have to prepare as the REDD Plus Secretariat, to continue doing capacity building for results-based finance, continue dialoguing nationally, look at all these avenues of transaction, jurisdictional initiatives, voluntary carbon mechanisms, and others. So the report for this roadmap is under preparation. This is led by UNEP, as you can see. It's quite an important aspect, and part of this capacity building also brings into this aspect together. So when we do capacity building on results-based finance, we combine capacity building on reporting and applying the safeguards aspects for trees requirements. We also intended to integrate REDD Plus in the national carbon markets regulations. That one we can say we did it because we have been part and parcel of these conversations. Even up to the time when in January we brought out the first gazette, and then in March there was another gazette. All these discussions, REDD Plus was involved in a way, including, of course, for most of the time we're preparing the regulations. We were represented on the national task force. We want to do some national and regional roundtable dialogues to advance REDD Plus investments. UNEP will lead that. We are waiting, of course, the roadmap to be concluded, and we can have some dialogues with you and with other people on how best can we. And also, we also think that we need to dialogue now with some key politicians on this subject, because carbon trade is becoming very political. So we have agreed with the UN fraternity, not only in Uganda, but also other countries, that we now have to talk to when I say politician, I'm talking about the usual culprits. Yeah, so that we can be able to convince them that this works also alongside the others. Next slide. And that's the last one. And that's an important one also by UNDP. We want to review full solution for NDC 3.0. So we have to make a contribution to the NDC 3.0 in terms of ensuring that REDD Plus and forestry are considered strongly in the process of developing the nationally determined contribution 3.0. And maybe, Mohammed, you will tell us a little bit on how far we have gone, but I understand we've been doing some assessments at the moment, which is part of the national stock tech, which is part of the stock, well, considered part of the stock tech, like some initial stages. Some of you could have been involved in some meetings, I think, GGI, UNDP, and World Bank organized a meeting recently to have this conversation on the assessment of the different sectors and how they can contribute, and which makes part of the stock tech process for developing the national determined contribution. So the UNDP, under the UN REDD program support, has an obligation to make sure that REDD Plus and forestry profile is, is increased or enhanced within the development of the NDC 3.0. So that is why we decided to have this there as a deliverable. I wish to thank you for listening to me. Just to mention the details and some specific reports that you can have access to when you request. They are not secret reports. When you're working in government, people think that what is very secret usually is the cabinet memo and cabinet information paper. We even put there a watermark of secret document, so you can never see it unless you're part of the team that prepared it. But the rest of the documents are sort of public. Most of them are public. And the others, of course, we categorize as secret under the standing orders for the government officials. You know what I'm talking about. But these reports are available, by the way, for you to access whenever you need them. Please feel free. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kazungu. Another round of applause. thank you for taking stock of what UN REDD support program has been to Uganda. I don't know participants, you know the processes, those that you've contributed to, where you see the gap, some of the processes that you need to follow up with. I am very sure you've taken note and you know where to go if you need more engagement on the same. And also, I hope you've noted some of the key issues that you may need to raise or the request for clarity. So at this level, I want to welcome those that have recommendations, suggestions, to raise them now. Thank you. Do we have members with comments? Yes, Crispus, can somebody help me move a mic?
Thank you, Commissioner, for that great presentation. Since you have introduced me, that is my name. And I am working with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. I am the carbon and green finance expert there, specifically supporting the clean cooking unit. I am happy to note that you have advanced in submission of the GCF proposal, and happy to compliment that also at the MEMD, specifically CCU, is also advancing in also submitting the proposal of GCF. So I just picked a few things that I thought I can also contribute. First and foremost, as a sister agency at MEMD, I wish, before I contribute these factors, I wish to also inform you that we have finalized the call to attract consultants to develop a national carbon framework and program. So look out at the website of ministry to be able to, if you have people you want to participate in this, you could reach out to the website so that you're able to also share your proposals to be part of this. And specifically now to Commissioner, I want to respond to RBF, which we have been running, and we have seen a lot of benefits, but also a lot of challenges. And I know as you advance the proposal for GCF, you would wish also to maybe consider. The first one is on verification, where we have seen the participants being at the mercy of the verifiers. You do not have control of what is verified. So, and sometimes what is not verified is true or it exists, but by by expertise, and it may not be verified. So maybe I would wish that as you consider the RBF, you also think about how will you empower the participants in ensuring that they are protected and maybe they are not underlooked by the verifiers. We have seen a lot of duplication in RBFs, noting with that in the energy sector, I think we are the most, the sector that has running a lot of RBFs. We have seen a lot of duplication, some people reporting, work that has already been done. So also taking note of the duplication in reporting of the milestone. Maybe would be something that you may need to take note of and put mechanisms in advance of how you will track that. We have seen distortion of market prices on the side of the energy sector. So as you prepare on the side of forestry, you may also need to take note of the prices and see how best you can also advance that. As you develop, also, I saw the registration. I did not mark the number on the slides, but this falls under sequencing, I think, and not on avoidance. So also is very important on how you will handle the aggregator mechanisms to bring in board all those that may be left out. So I think it is also very important as you design the registration. And finally, and I'm happy you already have a very good processes, both in how maybe you'll conduct the tree registration report and tree accounting reports. Maybe it would also be very vital to understand how the stakeholders will be engaged. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. To me, first of all, I would like to understand Emily in full. Then the contact details for the contact person for Emily. That's two. Then as New Forest Company, we are running a carbon financing program. But I would like to understand, how do we fit in the expected REDD plus expected financing? That goes to you, Mr. Bob Kazungu. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any?
Me, I just want to appreciate the ministry, especially the Secretariat for REDD Plus and Emily and other key stakeholders that have consistently put effort not to rest, that now we are seeing at a particular time too, we are complaining, how are we going to benefit? But now we are starting to see fruiting. And I think we should clap for all those people who don't sleep enough. And now we can see the fruits forthcoming. Thank you very much. And for updating us, you are not working in darkness at any stage. You let us know what you are doing. That is also very memorable for me, especially.
Okay, thank you for the beautiful compliments. We have one online. Can we have her speak?
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Pauline Nantongo Kalunda, and I'm from EcoTrust. And thank you very much for this engagement. And my question is also similar to the one that was asked by the forest company. I'm just wondering, when we make these plans and register under art trees, and art trees is also a standard, where does that leave activities that are being done using other standards from the perspective of our activities going to be integrated? Are they going to be in the registry? When they enter the registry, how do you deal with double counting? Or is it a case of when a certain activity is under art trees, then it can't be credited by another standard? I'm not very clear on how the nesting is going to work, whether the nesting will crowd out other standards and participating in other programs, and everybody will be obligated to work under art trees, or is it that the registry will not include those activities? I think I just need to understand how the interoperability with other programs is supposed to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pauline. I think we can have response to those. Okay, do you have any more hands apart from Richard? Okay, we shall have Richard as the last, then we get responses.
Yes, thank you so much. I'd like to appreciate also Commissioner for the presentation. However, just a bit, looking at the diversity of the key stakeholders, I'm looking at how best, because I think he kept on referring to the website, which is under construction. If we would borrow the ICT language. But of course, I think many times where we're lacking is inconsistency in terms of communication, and probably sometimes how we effectively communicate in time, or especially on the updates, and yet we are reaching out to the wider community. So I'm just wondering that beyond these capacity kind of initiatives that are for some selected key stakeholders, how best do we communicate to the rest, especially in that we are being demanded to either update or ourselves in terms of how far we are going at national, but also at local level, because if you look at the sector, the application happens down. And yet, of course, lots of decision-making processes that are at that higher level. So I think the engagement of the other stakeholders, including those that will be degraders or encroachers or whatever, from the negative side, how best do they receive this information to act differently and not be part of the crime? Well, the word is violators, I think, many times, because it's a wholesome kind of thing. How do we prevent? How do we bring them on board? How do we see that they become positive in their actions? I thank you.
Thank you so much. Before I invite the commissioner, I would like to respond to a colleague from New Forest Company of what Emily means. I could have missed it in the remarks, but Emily is environmental management for livelihood improvement WISE facility. E stands for environmental, M stands for management, L for livelihood, I for improvement, then WISE facility. For contacts, you will see staff seated on that registration desk. They'll give you a contact. Then let me invite the commissioner to respond to the comments.
Thank you very much. I saw somebody also pointing at this for the contact at that banner. And also, I think when you log in, these days, if you logged into somebody's name, one time I was looking for somebody who had done something and we wanted to find out who the person is, but I had the real names. So I went to Google and just put in the name, and some useful information came up about that person. I'm not saying that's where you should go, but I'm just saying that sometimes it can be also one thing to. And now with AI also, this thing of AI. The other day, somebody prepared a presentation using AI. And much as it was looking correct, but there were certain things that were a bit not very, I think let me go on the other side just to be a bit consistent. I'm sorry about that, madam. Let me respond from the last one, maybe I'll go upwards. This was from Richard. You talked about, and you're right to say that there are many people, there are many stakeholders who are not here, they're out there. And then the website is on, it's active, but we're doing some improvements. So sometimes the login is not on, some other materials are still coming on and things like that. But it is just under improvements, not that it has never been constructed. We are getting some new protocols for it from the person who is helping us to improve it. I think yesterday we got the second version. By the end of this week, we should be having a complete set. Maybe next week we should have the website up. Why am I talking about it? Because it is important for REDD, even for GCF and even for the other donors who are looking out for the Ministry of Water and Environment. For some of the documents we mention, we provide links when you're writing proposals. So it is very important for the ministry. So that's why I have all that detailed information, because I keep asking IT. I hope the GCF will not look for REDD Plus documents and they can't see them at this the time when they're looking at our proposal. So that's why I have this latest information. But otherwise, I think it's should be up and running fully within the next week. And of course, it's not just only the website that can provide information. Some of these engagements like this, even the meetings we had for the consultation, we also talked about REDD Plus generally and where we are heading and things like that. We keep providing information at whatever opportune moment that we have. It's very difficult to have everybody. In fact, recently we were having a tough conversation with the team at the Secretariat on the GCF consultations in the regions. We were saying the indigenous people need to be consulted separately. You need to get them separate. And it was very difficult given the time and given the resources that we had. So we got a representative. So sometimes there's an assumption that when the representative of the indigenous person is here, when they go back, they deliver a message. Okay, it's a bad assumption, but if at all it's done, it's good for us, So there are so many ways we can communicate. We may not be as perfect, but we are doing our best to make sure we communicate. When climate change department starts to do full dissemination of the regulations, we shall join them as REDD Plus, and we shall also continue talking. So we shall take advantage of whatever opportunity that we have to talk about this subject. But I agree with you, we may not be doing the best. Madam Pauline, I think this is related to somewhat to my sister from New Forest Company. How shall we fit in into, but for you, I think yours was a little bit skewed towards the resource-based payment proposal and the funding that will come therewith. And how does New Forest Company fit in that? That's quite difficult. Okay, we are focusing on the results of 2015, 2017, which are national in level. And those results were submitted as a technical annex to the BUR, the biannual update report, the UNFCCC. And so it is like we have some product to sell as a country. Now that product has been contributed to by many people, including for that period. And so that is how the partners fit in there. And usually when we have such financing, we don't forget the component called the use of proceeds for that. It's very important. How do you use the resources that have been picked from GCF for resource-based payments? There are some conditionalities by the GCF. One of these is to do additional enhancement of the credits of the carbon stocks. In other words, you use most of the money by guidance to generate more credits. And so as government, we intend to do that. And we will be working with the private sector. We have so many things we do the private sector. We give incentives, we give land under the Center for Forest Reserves. It's all built within that. You know, it is all built within that. In the future, not just the future, we shall, when we do the other jurisdictional REDD Plus programs for credits that are not vintage, because those ones are in the past, for the credits that are in the future, we shall make sure that we do a benefit sharing plan with everybody, such that depending on what your contribution is, that is how you will benefit. The focus will be on the communities and who is the community. It can be private sector, it can be. So those are discussions that we are going to have moving forward. And that is how private sector and other people will fit in from that angle of the results-based payment or finance that we intend to get. But now to the question by my sister Pauline Nantongo from EcoTrust. I think it is around the application of the art trees and how what this means for the other standards that we have as a country. First of all, the art trees standard calls for nesting. Now, when I talked about nesting the other time, maybe I didn't give the full detail, but having understood in Uganda that we have several other partners that are doing carbon projects, implementing carbon projects in the countryside, in the different landscapes. We argued as Uganda, but other countries, when we're preparing the version of the art trees standard, that I think we need to include the nesting requirement or element within the art trees requirements. Because Uganda, like other countries, I mean, by the time we prepared after COP26, after the Article 6.2 now is being advanced by countries to have their regulatory frameworks in place, many countries, just like Uganda, realize that there are other partners who have projects. There may be small scale, medium scale, or whatever scale it is. But yet the country as a national jurisdiction may also be, as a government, may also be interested in engaging in carbon trade, because that is what makes sense for governments. But because we know there are people out there, our partners, private sector, even maybe part of government, who are doing similar projects, similar, I say, in terms of carbon out there, then we need now to nest. Nesting means that you are going to, okay, there are many approaches of nesting. The first one, you can allocate credits to whoever is developing carbon project. You can decide to top-down, top-bottom nesting approach, allocate credits because you have a lot of data about the whole country and specific for the different landscapes, allocate credits to partner ABCD who is starting a project, but where you find that there are partners who have already developed projects and then, churning out credits, issuing and claiming and things like that. Then you can do the other nesting approach, which is like a bottom or top, or that you can call it that way. Plan B or whatever.
You broke a bit, the internet interrupted a bit for like a minute, so I lost what you said, and yet you were talking about my question. So yes, I'm sorry, but could you please just repeat that?
I was just saying that depending on the nesting approach that we shall agree, because we are going to prepare a nesting program for the country, a national nesting program with this support, both for the carbon accounting element, but also for the safeguards, depending on what we are going to agree with you. By the way, we cannot do a nesting a program without agreeing. It's like when you're doing a benefit sharing plan, you've got to agree with the different people who are concerned, who are affected by that. We shall have to, if there are projects out there like EcoTrust and Aid Environment, whoever is out there, we shall have to agree with them. Make sure that we try and harmonize the baselines, for example, try and look at the baselines, what is the difference and things like that, what are the anomalies and things like that. Together with them, we can decide, when we say nesting a project into the national jurisdiction, means that it becomes part and parcel of the implementation of the national jurisdiction. In other words, we develop sort of like a benefit sharing plan within the nesting program such that, but through agreeing with that partner, so that the partner can continue with the project that they're doing if they so wish, but we report at a national level, but they make a contribution to the reporting, and that is bottom-top approach. That's one approach of nesting. The top-bottom approach we can, as government, discuss with the partner and say, look, partner, I think for purposes of high integrity credits or for purposes of ABCD, depending on the technical things that will have happened with the assessment we shall have done, can we agree that your project fits into, for example, fits into the national jurisdiction? In some countries, actually, partners have decided to be implementing partners with the government. They fit into the program. There is a benefit sharing arrangement. When we sell the credits, the partner is also given based on that benefit sharing plan that we have. So those two approaches, we want to try and explore them. But I want to let you know that in other countries like Zambia, I think, and Ethiopia, it took about 2 years to negotiate just that. 2 years, because we have partners whom you have to respect, who are out there. You have to negotiate. It's a negotiation. And we might have to hire some experts to, to help with that negotiation. So those are some of the intricacies with the carbon project. But Pauline, we don't want you to worry quite a lot. We shall work together with you, just like my colleagues from Aid Environment and others from the Uganda Biodiversity Fund and others who have, and even WWF, who have some programs out there. We shall agree together on how we do the nesting. And the nesting helps to avoid double counting or double claiming. It's a very powerful tool for avoiding double counting, because then you get to know who is doing what and what are the pools of carbon they're picking on, so that you don't also report on the same or submit the same for sale to the buyer. So nesting is one of the approaches, together with the registries that we are preparing now, of course, with the climate change department, and also the REDD+ registry that we also intend to prepare. Those registries are also very good at avoiding double counting, because somebody talked about double counting. So Pauline and the colleagues who have a similar fear, we are going to have a conversation with you, because it is—
So both for avoidance of doubt,
yes,
the presence of art trees is not providing a monopoly for art trees, is going to leave space.
It is not providing a monopoly for art trees.
Okay. There is no exclusivity for art trees.
There's no
Even
exclusivity
for avoided, even for avoidance credits. There is no activity that has exclusivity for art trees.
Art trees is a jurisdictional standard. It is at either national or a level below national. If you recall, Pauline, the requirement for art trees. So normally it is advanced by governments, because governments who have the authority over the entire country for different things. But why the art trees agreed on nesting was because of the same reasons, Pauline, that they are partners within those countries that are already implementing carbon projects at a lower level than jurisdiction. And so they appreciate a country developing a nesting program for that purpose. But in practice, a nesting program is a negotiation where you have partners who have already advanced in carbon projects like EcoTrust had. It is a negotiation. And we have to do that. And there is a lot of transparency in that process, as you'll see. And under the UN REDD program support, we have the same deliverable. We have a deliverable to that effect that we are going to have in the coming months, and we shall engage with you. So it is
Thank
not—
you very much. That is extremely reassuring. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's not a monopoly. And that's why in the current climate change mechanisms, we have listed the standards that can be employed for carbon trade. And one of them is art trees, but the others are also there. I think I saw Gold Standard, I saw Plan Vivo and the others. They're all in the one of those schedules in the climate change mechanisms regulation. So that is a demonstration that all those standards we can employ them for carbon trade. Okay, so I think the last one, I think the one from the senior forest officer Wakiso was an appreciation. Thank you for that. The first question I think was on, I mean, the huge comments from my colleague from MEMD, the issue of empowering participants, ensuring they are protected and not underlooked by verification bodies. Well, it depends. I know that the energy sector has done most of these, mainly from using the gold standard. You've done so much. You have done verifications, validations, that you have sold credits and things like that. And so you have quite a bit of experience in verification for that sector. And different sectors apply the requirements differently. And for us as a REDD Plus and maybe forestry, our verification bodies, first of all, verification bodies can be selected. Okay, according to our regulations, my colleague Mohammed will tell you that part of the verifiers, that the verifiers must have presence. Is that correct? Must have presence in the country. What does presence mean? That means that they must, to a great extent, have an understanding of what's happening in the country. In other words, we can easily take care of the issue of expertise, the issue of local content among the verification bodies, which is quite important for the aspect of underlooking participants. But also, there is a condition, a requirement for verifiers to exhibit transparency in the way they undertake the verification and validation for carbon trade. That is one of the major governance requirements for verifying, for verification and validation bodies, the VVBs. So, well, if they have done that to our participants in the energy sector, I think that is a good lesson that maybe we shall learn from you moving forward. The issue of duplication is the same conversation we've had on double counting and the like. Somebody can claim credits for the same, I mean, two people claim the same credits and things like that. So when you do nesting, when you do registry, you're able to eliminate that aspect in the carbon conversations. Market prices are a difficult subject because I don't want to say that credits from energy are the lowest in price. They pay the least in the world for credits from especially not the CDM line, but the other side of the renewable energy, the cook stoves and the likes, the least. But I think the issue of price now is going to be, it is somehow going to be sorted with the integrity of credits. You're seeing that people pay depending with the time. They will pay you more for what we call high integrity credits, credits that have taken care of social things, environmental considerations, and other governance things, depending on which standard you're using and depending on which requirements that you have. So price distortions, it's a challenge because one, price is confirmed through demand and supply of credits, but two, we have all these standards that can offer better price or less price depending on the standard you're using. So the issue of price and carbon is a conversation not for today. I know that the countries that have developed their own emission trading schemes, ETS schemes, and they are demonstrating high integrity credits, they can set a price, but still that price sometimes is influenced by the global market. But that is a conversation which can take 3 days to conclude. Okay, and I think the issue of aggregation, that one is taken care of with the nesting first of all, but also with the methodology that you use with the standard. So depending on how you do that. Engage stakeholders will be engaged, of course, even more. We have engaged many people for the development of the trees restoration document. We have a stakeholder engagement plan that we developed under this UN REDD program support. It's one of the deliverables in 2024, Kristen. 2024. Okay, 2024, we developed a stakeholder engagement plan for this process, and it doesn't only look at safeguards, engagement on safeguards, but engagement even on the others, on carbon accounting and the MRV aspects, and it takes care of all that. And we challenge those implementing to be able to utilize that stakeholder engagement plan for the purpose for which it was developed. Maybe I can stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the responses that you've made. I know those that asked, you're convinced with the responses. He highlighted the opportunities from what was raised and also the challenges. Opportunities, one being the registration and also the nesting as one of the opportunities to help us deal with the double counting, and also noting the challenge on price distortion because we are in a free market economy. So if you have a better quality of a product, that is when you can fetch a higher price. With that, I want us to go to our next agenda item, which is presentation on the revised second summary of information. We acknowledge that we are short of time. So I will invite the consultants to see how we can handle this in the limited time. We could even push part of the session to after lunch, but I leave it in the hands of the consultants to guide. You're welcome.
Thank you, Christine, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Albert and I, we are sharing this presentation, and it has 3 parts. Part 1 is a summary of these 10 slides about the background for the safeguards and how we came to prepare this draft that we are sharing with you. Part 2 will be the progress of the actual content of the summary of information that my colleague Albert will present. And then part 3, we shall form groups and you will help us fill some of the information that we are missing. So next slide. So very quickly, this is just a summary to remind members where the source and mandate for preparation of safeguards information, the summary of safeguards information comes from. So some of you are still familiar with REDD, others may not, but the countries agreed, and my commissioner mentioned it in 2010, on what activity elements countries can prepare to confirm that they are committed to doing REDD Plus activities. And one of them is a system for providing information on how safeguards are being addressed and respected. So the elements are 4: the strategy, the baseline, the monitoring system, and the system for safeguards. Next. Okay. The safeguards that were agreed upon to accompany REDD Plus activities are listed again for remembrance of members, but also new members who may not have seen them. So these safeguards, one of them is that the activities for REDD must support activities for forestry in the country. They shouldn't differ. The other one is that the safeguards must support the forest governance structures. The third one is that the safeguards must respect the knowledge and rights of indigenous peoples and local communities. The next one is that the safeguards must foster full and effective participation of all stakeholders. And then the other one is that safeguards, the REDD Plus actions should be consistent with conservation of natural forests and biological diversity. My commissioner mentioned the Kunming-Montreal update of the targets for biological diversity, which were agreed in Aichi, Japan. They were revised to the Kunming in Montreal. And the REDD Plus already captures that one. We can't dodge them. Then that we should not reverse the activities we have already started. If you start activities of REDD, don't give up. Otherwise, if you do, they will be reversed. He has mentioned that he's making an application for results already achieved. If he doesn't continue working, then those results gets reversed. The emission reduction he captured or avoided will now come back into the atmosphere, and they will notice more loss than he claimed. That's this safeguard. And then the other one is, if you stop people from burning charcoal in the north, and then they come to the island, you are displacing the activity. So these are the safeguards for which countries that agree to do REDD Plus activities agreed upon. Next, please. Okay. So these are the instructions that the countries give each other. One, that countries which are doing REDD Plus activities must provide a summary. So this is not out of nothing. This is the mandate. This is the permission. This is the request. This is the instruction. And that in order to get the REDD Plus results-based payment, which the commissioner was mentioning, they want to see the summary of information on safeguards. Members, you are seeing the link between the invoice that the commissioner is preparing and these safeguards. So please help us clean the safeguards so that the invoice he's putting across through the file support does not get rejected. You see the connection, members? Next. Okay. The information also which they expect at the very minimum is listed. One of the decisions, number 12 of the COP, which was it was a decision, COP 17, most likely it was in Durban, agreed on about 4 elements. Very quickly, element 1, you have to mention what your country looks like, national circumstances. And this one is similar when we are preparing our national communication under the UNFCCC. We also are requested to include our national circumstances. That one helps us to clear we do not look like another country. We are not another country. So you list what you are, and if you always cook your food in banana leaves, that's Uganda. That is what they call the national circumstances as part of the information they expect to see. Next one is that each safeguard now, you give it an interpretation that it looks like you. If it has been written in a complicated language, adjust it so that it reads like you write, like you talk. That's what they mean, that the other 7 safeguards, you now give them a description that fits what you are. Then the other one, which they expect to see, The other fourth component of the safeguard information system, how far you have gone to prepare it, whether it is working or not, what information you have agreed to put in, who's taking care of it, and how often will you be improving it. This is the first component of the information they expect to see. And the last one, but not least, the information on how each of those safeguards has been addressed and respected in accordance with the national circumstances. It doesn't look complicated, but we have read the next one, yes. That is the last one? Okay. So in order to meet those requirements so that Uganda can qualify for getting the REDD Plus results-based payments, we prepared our first summary of information, and the commissioner mentioned it in 2020. It was covering the period 2008 when REDD Plus started in Uganda up to 2020. And then we are now preparing a second one, which we are sharing with you on your tables now. It will cover the period from 2021 to 2024. Next. Again, borrowing my commissioner's word, if you Google our ministry website, you will find this summary report. But also, if you Google the United Nations Framework Convention website and type in Uganda, and type in summary of information, it will also bring a document with this heading. Next. The one we are preparing looks like this, but after your approval, it might have another format on the head. Next. So this is the summary of the table of contents of the one that we are preparing currently, the second summary of information. And my colleague will now go inside to give details of what each of these contents are. But quickly, it has a section on introduction. It is the one which gives us the permission on mandates and where we got the permission to write it. Then it has the section. You are seeing the other national circumstances, which they mentioned up there. That is the one. It is mentioned in the table of contents. Then it has another section on can you go back 1 second, please? Yes, it has another section on respecting REDD Plus safeguards. So, but slightly before on our national circumstances, it includes a section which mentions our approach to the Cancun safeguards. The one which was saying, dress your safeguards the way you dress. Cut your head the way your head is shaped. So it has that section. And so this is the largest content on which we describe every single safeguard according to our circumstances and how we have been respecting and following it. And then the second last section is about the safeguards information system, again, which was listed in the agreement of the countries. And then lastly, our stakeholder engagement summary with respect on how we prepared the whole plan, the whole summary. Next. This slide is the last one, and then my colleague will give you more details of the content of the draft. So this summary is how far we have gone. We are calling it document history. So on the one side, our first draft of the second summary of information was prepared in January, February. And if you recall, the meeting you participated in, I think it was in Entebbe, we shared the initial zero draft with you, and you gave us some inputs. And then the second draft, based on the inputs we received, we made it in April, May, and we also received a few of the internal inputs, but we are also hoping to receive additional inputs from you. And some inputs we were all together, but others were internal, and we also received inputs from the teams at UNEP and the affiliate partner called the World Conservation Monitoring Center. It is an affiliate partner which specializes in this activity. So we will continue to revise the versions as necessary so that probably by mid-July, we have completed the incorporation of the current comments, and if we receive additional ones, we also complete them. But this activity will not go beyond this year before it is submitted. So this is the summary. I thank you, but I would like to invite now my colleague Albert to share with you slightly more in depth, and then invite you to the groups where you will help us to mention some of the points that we have missed. Thanks, and Albert. Hey, leave that picture there. I want to thank Climate Change Department. I borrowed this picture from the Climate Change Department, the project of GGI. It is a depiction of gender sensitivity and climate change. Albert, please.
Good afternoon once again. This is something we have worked on together with all of you. Remember the time we started in Entebbe, as he said, and he has summarized what we have. But I will briefly go through, given that you have gone through, and also given that we have less time, I will be moving a little bit fast. But as you have been told right from the start of the morning, there is a report on the table, which we are trying to look through quickly, and then we will try and get the comments, additional comments, and see how we move from here. As you can see, the second summary of information addressing and respecting Cancun safeguards in Uganda. And the sections he has talked about, the first one basically talks about, it gives a background of where Uganda started and where we are as far as summaries of information is concerned. This is the second one, but it builds on the first, which covered the period 1st of January 2008 to the end of December of 2020. And as he said, this second summary of information covers the period January 2021 to December 2024. So some of the things which are happening now, you may not see them in this report, especially those for this year, even if they may be very relevant. Again, he gave the background of where the mandate for the second summary of information is derived from the decisions of UNFCCC, and these decisions are given. The first one is the decision 1 CP 16, where the technical committee was engaged, and it is the basis of what we are doing. The second one is 12 CP17, which offers guidance on how to develop the safeguard information system. The other one is 9 CP19, which establishes the prerequisite to submit the summary of information on safeguards in order to receive result-based payments. The other one talks about the timing and the frequency of the summaries of information. And then the other one, the last one, talks about it is additional guidance on how to ensure transparency, consistency, comprehensiveness, and effectiveness when providing information on how safeguards are being addressed and respected. So as you have seen, this, as he talked about, the report has 5 sections. I may not need to go through that. But the first section talks about Uganda's national circumstances and approaches. The first thing is the context, the general context here. We are talking about Uganda as you know it, where it is located in relation to the equator, the bordering countries. We talk about the climate. We also talk about the key economic indicators like GDP. We talk about the population growth rates, urbanization, and these will give a perspective to the document as we move forward. We talk about the forest cover with the key information. I know those of you who have been participating regularly, you know that some of these have been the main comments which we tried to address. You see the table here, which shows land use and land cover statistics from 1990 up to 2021. Of course, the most important statistics are highlighted towards the bottom. I don't know whether you are able to see them, but in 1990, the forest cover as a percentage of land area was about 24%, and it has moved adversely to the latest statistic of 2021, where we can see that it is 12%. That information from NFA. These maps also show land use cover for Uganda over the periods from 1990 to 2021. And they are important to show us where we stand as far as gains or losses of forest cover is concerned. But in total, when you look at this table, you will notice that from 1990 to 2021, you can see that in 1990 it was this needs to be made consistent. 1990 was 4.9 million, and 2021 is 2.4 million. So we shall rectify these statistics. So that shows that is again consistent with the statistics we are talking about, from 24% to 12%. Again, this document also highlights, this summary of information highlights the key causes, drivers of deforestation. They are given here as in infrastructure development, timber logging, construction of poor harvesting, fuel extraction, charcoal, and others. Commercial farming, to deforestation. The next table here talks about the link between the underlying causes of deforestation and forest degradation, and the actual reason is for wood and biomass use. And these are categorized with the main cause being population growth. We look at, we categorize according to urbanization, poverty, and cultural practices. Again, this has been introduced to elaborate. As he kept talking, he talked about Uganda's national circumstances. So we are talking about what this change has been in relation to what the country is. And we also notice that Uganda's development has recognizes the contribution of the forest subsector, and this has been highlighted in the different development strategies of the country, like Vision 2040, like the national development plans, including the 4th National Development Plan, which is expected to, which has just started. In this case, we are saying that it starts in July 2025 because this report is for 2024. The most important thing is the link between REDD plus strategic options and the nationally determined contributions. And these strategies, as you can see, the strategies for REDD plus, each are identified, and they link to NDC together with the unit of measure and the actual targets and the mitigation, which is likely to come as a result of that. We get it. My document here, you can see yours. Fine, I have tampered with it, so that's disappeared. I'll be relying on that. So this table, again, as I said, it shows the link between the REDD plus strategic options and the nationally determined the updated NDCs. Okay. Responding. First of all, share once again. But still, we need to say that. Hope it will respond this time. Okay, so we are saying that this table shows the link between the REDD Plus strategic options, the different options, and how they are linked with the Uganda's updated nationally determined contributions. So again, it was a missing link in the previous document. So there's something he talked about what has been done as far as REDD Plus is concerned. And I think this is the summary of especially the information he was giving. So the role of REDD Plus in a climate change context in Uganda is also given in this document because of Uganda's vulnerabilities in relation to the rising temperatures, increased deforestation, and biodiversity loss. So the role is elaborated again here, talking about the REDD Plus and the description of the potential scenarios and how they will be addressed in this table. So it is also building up on the previous table, which I showed you, and the potential scenarios and how they are likely to be addressed. I will move quickly to this is again related. This section also talks about Uganda's nationally determined contributions, which identifies the key targets and this section talks about the engagement with leaf and earth trees, which has been elaborated ever since morning. But this talks about the categories of actions and examples of progress which has been done. For example, you can see the implementation of policies to curb large-scale deforestation caused by agriculture expansion. What has been done so far as in Uganda, prevention of encroachment, Maria Forest Reserve, Sango Bay, agroforestry. So each of the categories of actions which are important under REDD Plus, we are seeing how Uganda has progressed. The second one is reducing emissions from forest degradation. And again, here we have seen the activities which have been done in the different areas. Conservation of forest carbon stocks. Again, we are looking at the key activities which have been done up to this point. So you need to look at that section. We also talk about the important institutions which have helped the country to move up to the point where it is. Key among them is UNEP, as they have talked about it. Some of the activities which it is supporting, like capacity building, the ongoing capacity building, environment assessment. There is UNDP, which is mainly focusing on policy development, community engagement, monitoring and evaluation, and there is FAO, which is mainly focusing on supporting Uganda in terms of sustainable management of sustainable forest management practices and capacity strengthening for agricultural communities and data collection and analysis. So under institutional arrangements, we are looking at institutions which are relevant for REDD Plus strategy implementation. And also, we are looking at institutions that we are looking at this institutional framework for the management, coordination, supervision of REDD+ activities, which of course link to safeguards one way or the other. We have the National Climate Change Advisory Committee, the National REDD+ Steering Committee. We have policy level institutions and then implementation level institutions. And this is the possible relationship we have created. If the relationship misses something, sometimes elaborating something using a diagram may not bring out, may not be as you intend. So please look at it and you can guide us. So we have the key policies, laws, and regulations which are listed, but again, we'll have to look at each one of these in relation to the different safeguards. So, if we for now leave this behind, we shall look at them in details in the next section. Okay. So the different interventions, this section is all about the different interventions which have been undertaken by the country during this period. So section 3 talks about respecting REDD+ safeguards. And we start by listing all the safeguards, all the 7 safeguards. We talk about the relevant agreements and arrangements which are necessary for the country to observe in order to respect and address all the safeguards like the UNFCCC and safeguards, the Paris Agreement, the UN Declaration on Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Convention on Biological Diversity, and then International Labour Organization Convention 169. So the arrangement of this section is the description of the safeguard, the theme, and then under each theme, we talk about the policy, legal and regulatory framework, the institutional framework, and then the outcomes. The outcomes, we are focusing on the activity which has been done from 2021 to 2024. That's the main focus. So for safeguard A, which is that actions complement or are consistent with objectives of national forest programs and relevant international conventions and agreements, the implication is that Uganda should implement REDD+ activities in compliance with the objectives of National Forest Program, and they should be consistent with the provisions of relevant treaties and international conventions which have been ratified by Uganda or which Uganda is a party to. So the first theme is that action is complement or are consistent with objectives of National Forest Program. So the policy, legal and regulatory framework, here the main things we are talking about is the National Uganda Forest Policy, the Climate Change Policy, the updated National Determined Contribution, National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, the Constitution, Forest and Tree Planting Act, Wildlife Act, National Environment Act, authority. So these are the main policies, and they are elaborated how they fit into how they support addressing that safeguard. The institutional framework, the different institutions, Ministry of Water and Environment, NFA, UA, again, we must note that at the time this report, for the reporting period, NFA must have still been standing on its own. So district, local governments, all these have different mandates that are elaborated in this section. In relation to addressing and observing that safeguard. The outcomes, we note that the design of REDD+ actions was made in and is consistent with the National Forest Policy, the National Climate Change Policy, and updated NDCs, and they are aligned in this respect. And we also noted that Uganda is transitioning into the implementation of that, of REDD+ activities. And in case there are areas in which it is not conformant with the requirements of the safeguards, a plan has been put in place to indicate how Uganda will comply with those safeguards. In addition, we also note that climate change, in a way, has been mainstreamed into Uganda's broad plans, the national development plans. And because of that, we think that the country is moving in the right direction as far as this safeguard is concerned. The second theme is consistency with the objectives of relevant international conventions and agreements. Uganda is a party to at least 14 international treaties or conventions, and therefore, if these conventions, there is a whole list, if they are relevant to REDD+, then automatically we are saying that Uganda has moved steps in addressing that safeguard because of being party to these treaties. There's a whole list. Institutional framework, all the institutions which are responsible for the treaties which we have talked about, they are indicated here. And those institutions which have a mandate or a relationship to making sure that those treaties to which the country has ratified, they are important in this section. Some of the treaties have been given, some of the activities during the period have also been given. So the second safeguard, safeguard B, is transparent, effective national forest governance structures, taking into account national legislation and sovereignty. There is interpretation. And again, the first one is, the first theme is respect, protection, and respect, protect, and fulfill the right to access to information. There is information, the Access to Information Act. There is Access to Information Regulations, Uganda Forest Policy, the Climate Change Policy. All these prescribe how information, relevant information, should be accessed and the type of information which should be accessed. The institutional framework, the first summary of information is available. Ministry of Water, which houses the REDD+ Secretariat, collaborates with other partners in ensuring that's in relation to safeguards, benefit sharing, REDD plus forest governance, among others. There is a climate change department in the Ministry of Water and Environment, which has the mandate to avail all the necessary information related to climate change, and of course there is information which shares related to REDD plus, and there has been the National Climate Change Advisory Committee was inaugurated during the period we are reporting about, and that should provide strategic advice to the government on climate change policies, including REDD plus. The civil society and media are engaged in REDD plus communication. Various CSOs, including those which have been listed, have actively participated. So the outcome has been the safeguard information system, the feedback grievance redress mechanism, and these have been presented. The Ministry of Water and Environment has developed a comprehensive communication, education, and awareness strategy, which covered the bulk of the period, and several community meetings, workshops were facilitated, and discussion about REDD plus was conducted during that period. And I think there is documentation to that effect. Public awareness campaigns and education sessions were conducted, and Uganda is developing an online information sharing system, as we continue to say, though of course sometimes when you look for it, it is not accessible, but during that period, again, that was the status, and so it is. The next theme is promote transparency and prevention of corruption, including the promotion of anti-corruption measures. There is a legal and policy framework which establishes Inspectorate of Government. It establishes the Auditor General. There are acts like the National Forest and Tree Planting Act, which provide for licenses and fees, the Board of Directors with functions which should institute proper budgeting, proper management system, and all these, I think, are aimed at ensuring that there is no corruption. In addition, the Ministry of Water has put in place a client service charter, which was in the direction of ensuring to curb corruption or corrupt tendencies. We have a feedback, redress, and grievance management mechanism, which is in place, which identifies some of the conflicts that should be addressed. Unfortunately, the information about the activity which was done during the period, the issues which were received and how those which were handled, that is the missing link. I think the Secretariat should try to show that something happened here by providing us with the information. So as we talk, we are at around 1:30. How do we proceed? We finish this safeguard. Okay, so the next theme is to do with is respect, protect, and fulfill land tenure rights. Under legal policy and regulatory frameworks, we have the Constitution, which we have the Constitution, the Land Act, Registration of Titles Act, Customary Land Law, and all these recognize the different types of land and the rights that come with each of these types of land. We have the National Land Policy, which promotes land tenure, security, equitable access, and gender-sensitive land rights. So, institutional framework, we have the Uganda Land Commission, district land boards, land committees, Ministry of Housing, Ministry of Land, Housing, and Urban Development. And all these have rights in addition to district forestry offices, wildlife authority. All these have different roles and mandates as far as land is concerned, especially land under the different jurisdictions. National Forest Authority, we have noted the mandate it has. So all these ensure that there is respect to the land rights for the different stakeholders. The next one is B4, which says respect, protect, and fulfill access to justice. Access to justice is guaranteed by the Constitution, but also the different, the previous laws which we have talked about, which look at land rights, they are relevant in this case. We have put the court system, the access to justice, the system through which Ugandans can access justice. We have at community level, at sector level, and at national level. And here we identify the different institutions and their mandate as far as access to justice is concerned. Please, I will beg that you read all this and identify what is missing. Institutional framework is given, and outcomes. Now, what you will notice is that as we move through the different themes, or even as we move through the different summaries of information, it is difficult that you will find that, for example, Uganda's laws have changed from 2020 to 2024. It's very difficult. So what will have been recorded the other side, we shall build on it. So as you move across, that's why you see sometimes it is difficult to say that this is what has been done, and yet we cannot say nothing has been done. So please bear with this. It's just because it is not expected that the laws, the policies, the key, even the strategies, some of them cut across different reporting periods. So that is why you will see that in most cases, we have something that looks like repetitions. So before we go to the next safeguard, when you look at your table, this I should have talked about at the start, but it is fine. When you look at your table, this piece of paper which you have, we have a working session. Now this working session is expecting us to have 3 groups to look at information on national circumstances, to look at information which we are providing to mark ourselves as far as, or to mark the consultant in this case, as far as the safeguard description or existing systems and processes is concerned, and to mark ourselves as far as information on how each of these safeguards have been addressed and respected. There are a lot of gaps you will have identified as we move, maybe a lot or a few gaps. We submitted this to UNEP, and as explained, we received many comments, very many comments. We were very scared, but we have tried to address the bulk of them. So it is not up to the one who is outside or the one who has not attended, but it is up to us to make sure that we generate more comments and address them, and then we make this a better document to position the country to where the commissioner said we need to start receiving result-based payments. So as you look at it, please, especially look at what is missing. Don't look at what is there and be happy. No, look at what is missing, and we shall receive the comments. We shall be very happy to receive your comments. So I want to give this microphone to the organizers once again, so that we do not stretch the group beyond this point. Christine.
Thank you, Albert. We shall not waste a lot of time. I know you've taken note of the document, majorly what it entails. So we are going to form groups and we are going to make it quick. The first row here, we shall have group 1. From here, this table and that table, this one. You prefer we count? It's fine, we do the tables, right? Okay, so up to that second table, that is going to be group 1. From this row up to that second table, that's group 1. Then the 2 tables and the second row, that is going to, oh, it is going to be big. So the 2 tables up to the 2 behind tables, that is group 3. Those are 4 tables. I mean group 2. We are together. I mean the 4 tables. This table, 1, 2, 3, 4. That is group 2. That's okay. Scovia, you're confused? No, what I mean, we've agreed this row and the 2 tables from where Fauza is to where Anthony is seated. That is group 1. Then your table where Scovia is and the table where David is, David in front. So these tables and that one, and also the other table where Albert is and where the commissioner is, that is group 2. So the rest of the members will be group 3. Is that clear? The last row and these 2 tables, where Augusta is and where Eva is, and the last tables, that is group 3. Is that okay? Yes, so we are going to have lunch. We all take note of where we belong when we come back after lunch, and then we shall convene in our respective groups to critique the document on the respective themes or sections. Group 1, you will review the section on information on national circumstances. So you look through the document, you critique what is missing, which information that you are aware of and it wasn't captured. Then for group 2, you look at the safeguard descriptions and existing systems. You look at the respective safeguards, and then you provide the descriptions if any is missing. Then group 3, information on how each safeguard has been addressed and respected. So you take note of your respective themes. The consultants will guide you further in the respective groups. I see a hand. Okay, it's fine. Pardon? The activity is typed. Yeah, they already typed in the program, but the actions, the questions will be submitted to you in your respective groups by the consultants. That is after lunch. So let's have coupons and go for lunch. Before lunch, we are going to take a few minutes and have a group photo. Thank you. Okay, thank you for this session. You can clap for yourselves for the attention you've provided. Okay, so we can stand up for a group photo, and then after we shall have lunch. Very.
Albert. They want to know the fake numbers where there is nothing like group one national circumstances, where there is certain favorable circumstances. Page 2, page 3. I think we can write them here. The question is,
You are welcome, ladies and gentlemen. There has been some adjustment to the task. We want group one. I don't know whether you are able to look at these questions to try and see what are the environmental, social, gender-related, economic, and cultural circumstances in the context of implementing REDD+ measures. Is this something that can be done? What is group one? Yes, okay. Then number 2, what mechanisms have been put in place for addressing and respecting safeguards through REDD+? So as you go through your discussion, let these be the guiding questions. Group number 2, what arrangements have been put in place to respond to safeguards requirements in the context of governance, coordination, stakeholder engagement platforms, and grievance redress mechanisms? Question number 2 for the group 2 is provide your understanding of key terms in each of the safeguards in accordance with the national circumstances. Is this something that you can... Question number 2, provide your understanding, your detailed understanding, but provide your understanding of the key terms in each of the safeguards in accordance with the national circumstances. Key terms. Your understanding to the key terms in each of the safeguards in relation to the national circumstances. Group 3. How are policies, laws, and regulations related to safeguards implemented and enforced? That was the first question. Is what institutions, number 2 is what institutions, what national institutions, what institutions are implementing and enforcing the policies, laws, and regulations. Question number 2 for group 3. Now, first of all, we can generate our understanding and then move under the direction of your chairperson and the rapporteurs and the group members. Please participate. The question is look very, very big, but try to make sure that you create impact. If you pick something small, do it thoroughly, it's okay. Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. They are. You are group 3. Group 3, the questions are asking, how are the policies, laws, and regulations related to safeguards implemented and enforced? Now, each safeguard we have 7 safeguards, we have 44 themes. Now, under each safeguard, each theme, there is at least a section which deals with policies, laws, and regulations. And I did, let me try to show you one. Do you have the document there? Yes. Begin with page 56, 54 or 56. 56, and we see this section. In relation to this, is this or is there something missing? In relation to this. Then if you move to the next, this. In relation to this, is there anything missing here? You move on. I mean, there are many, but it depends on what you are going to capture. And also, please note they have given us 1 hour for us to conclude. So I think the strategy should be, if you identify the weak section or the section which is in line with, especially those of you who are not government related, the section which is in line with your interest, and you make sure it is thoroughly captured, it would be okay. But otherwise, these are, they are big. We shall not be expecting that you will complete all of them. We shall not expect you to complete all. We expect you to pick, especially the ones which you say, this has not been thoroughly done. Let's focus on this. It will be okay. Yeah, in terms of enforcement, in terms of existence of laws, are the laws in existence? They are in existence. Have they been captured here? If they have been captured, what about enforcement? Is it also being shown properly? You will find that under the safeguard to protect access to justice, there is something which we have left out. We have left out enforcement. We have left out laws. We have left out policies. Then you say, here you have left out this. So it should be as simple as that. Hello, groups. We see the work is going on. We are really happy about that, but we also know this can never end because you are doing like surgery on the document, which is big. So we want to request that we reorganize and we receive what we have presented so far and get the way forward. So I will request the group which is ready to prepare and look at how to present. We could agree that we have maybe 10 minutes of presentation and responding to the presentation, and then we move forward. We are going to capture the responses, and also we shall request that the groups will share with us what they have worked on. So thank you very much. I'm told this group is ready. So please let us reorganize. Let's rearrange and face the front. Thank you. Yeah, but it is okay. Okay, we shall capture. This is group three. Group 3. The person responsible for group 3, then we shall have group 1, then we'll end with group 2. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here on behalf of Group 3. For Group 3, we were meant to look at how policies, laws, and regulations are related to the safeguards implemented and enforced, and also look at what institutions are implementing and enforcing the policies, laws, and regulations. To that effect, we considered, first of all, page 56. On page 56, looking at the legal policy and regulatory framework, yes, the write-up was good, but then we were able to come up with additional policies or areas that should be considered. One of them was the Whistleblower Protection Act 2010. As in this will provide protection for the persons when conflicts come up. Protection for the persons, reporting. Then we looked at the Land Act 1998 and the Constitution of Uganda 1995. This will be regard to the land tenure rights, in addition to the policies that had been housed in. We also considered a look at carbon regulations mechanisms for 2025. This provides for a benefit sharing plan. As participants, all stakeholders will be able to understand their value for the share in the planning. We looked at the Public Finance Management Act, that is 2015, to cater for the anti-corruption aspects. We also realized that there is a gap, there is a professional accountability gap, so there is need to develop a code of practice. This is still in addition to the good policies that had been cited under the legal policy and regulatory framework. Going further to page 57, looking at page 57, F, that is the last paragraph on page 57, where it talks of the Uganda's second National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan aligned with global framework. So looking at it, we noticed, this word is very hard to mention. They've been mentioning this word. Someone please help me. It's the KUN. Yes, it should be placed between the global and framework. It is a typo, so it should be placed there. Please. On page 58, looking at number 2, where we have institutional framework. In this, it is a second paragraph on number 2, where we talk of this strengthens its capacity to monitor forest cover changes and carbon emissions, enhancing its role in the implementation of REDD+ and the safeguard information systems. So to this, we need to speak to the efficiency. So the author should give opinion of expected outcome. So as you talk about strengthening the capacity, we need the expected opinion, the expected outcome to really come out from this paragraph. This is now page 59. Page 59. The third paragraph. Community-based institutions, which include local communities, indigenous groups, and collaborative forest management groups, have continued to participate in REDD+ projects. They focus mainly on benefits from alternative livelihoods, beekeeping, agroforestry, sustainable charcoal production. So we looked at this as in, it should be better placed as non-timber forest products, because when we mention these, we leave out a variety of products that are picked by the communities. Still on page 59, on the last paragraph, legal policy and regulatory framework. They are talking of Uganda is a party to at least 14 international legal treaties or conventions. And when you go further, we only looked at, we saw 4. So we were recommending that all the 14 should be listed. As mentioned here, the 14 international legal treaties. Then as you go further, at the bottom of that paragraph, there is a continuation that the Constitution of Uganda, section 123, empowers. So it's like there is need to change it to article instead of section. There is need to change from section to article 123. Let's go to page 60. Page 60, paragraph, I think it is the third paragraph. National Biodiversity Strategy, revised 2021. This needs to be written as National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan. So that only requires a rewrite. Then when we went further to look at the Uganda's key efforts, that is table 1. There are 3. The first one is the National REDD+ Strategy 2017-2030, aligns with Uganda's NDCs and the Paris Agreement. That we realized it's needed, it's core. Then we also looked at number 3, that is Roman number 3, forest reference emission level report ensures accurate monitoring of deforestation and forest degradation. That is 3. But when we considered the second one, that is emission reduction program document under the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, contributing to carbon stock enhancement, it throws little light. So you need to think of either maintaining it or, doing away with it from that table.
As Ariel mentioned, we were also supposed to look at the institutions that are implementing the policies, laws, and regulations. So we saw a number of them listed. There was Ministry of Water and Environment, as you see on page 61. But we were able to see need for an addition for the Attorney General as an institution and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Those are important to take note of. On page 65, we also realized the typo. That is 3 outcomes. The design of the REDD+ action is consistent with or complements the objectives of the National Forest Policy, the National Climate Change Policy, and the updated Uganda. So there is something there updated Uganda has. So there is something to be checked. From the updated Uganda, there is need for a check. Page 67. Page 67, on the first paragraph. Reading through it, the Land Act imposes a duty on landowners to manage land by other existing legislation. The Land Act also provides legal recognition of customary land tenure. Yes, the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act 2003 places an obligation on the subject minister to transfer the management of community forest to the local government and requires persons to register private natural forests with the district land board. So reading through this paragraph, we realized that you missed out provisions on the Land Act for communal land associations and Forest Act, looking at provision for community forests. Let me hope that is noted. Going to number 2, that is paragraph 2, still page 67. Looking at the heading institutional framework. So it was just a continuation that the Uganda Land Commission, the district land boards, and the land committees are the 3 mandated institutions responsible for land management within the Ministry of Land, Housing, and Urban Development. So we thought of it that this should be entered so that institutional framework committee stands as an independent heading. Page 73. Looking at the last paragraph, legal policy and regulatory framework. There is need to cross-check the year for the Constitution. The Constitution of Uganda 1995 amended. We are seeing 2018, and the group members had information over the one of 1995. So there is need to cross-check the year for the amendment, for the amended Constitution. On page 78, looking at the first paragraph, that is institutional framework. Going through this institutional framework, we realize that there is no, going through it, through the discussions, we realize that there is no legal guidance on how public participation should be carried out. For instance, you find institutions, maybe you find institutions maybe using indigenous knowledge, but then there is no indicative, like there is no regulation in place for using the indigenous knowledge. So no one can charge an organization for integrating traditional knowledge. So the same applies to 3.4 on page 80. On page 91, the second last paragraph, the second last and the last, we see that the National Environment Act 2019, Section 51 of the National Environment Act confers powers to NEMA to declare an area a special conservation area for the purposes of protecting and conservation of biological diversity. In this section, we thought of it that they should also consider Section 4 of the same National Environment Act. That is on rights of nature. It also speaks to the same. And they were taking drafts. So if we are taking those drafts, we need to have, sorry. Let's continue to page 95. Looking at the legal and regulatory framework, looking at the social cultural aspects. It was discussed in detail that we don't have principles of benefit sharing. So principles of benefit sharing, for instance, you can find an institution, maybe people are allowed to go in, collect firewood, but they are not written up, code of conduct. So for that, we should consider writing up code of practice. I think for this last section, I request Mr. Byakagaba to come and take us on for the last pages. Please. Come and take us on. So you can continue. Okay. Maybe you expound? Yeah. You can raise them and expound. Okay. You can stand here. So on page 97, on the legal and regulatory frameworks, the National Forestry and Tree Planting Act, Section 14, prevents deforestation. So at this section, we thought of it that the right word would be prohibits. So maybe you can go further to explain why it should be prohibited. Yeah.
All right. We think we should broaden sorry, the explanation to provide for reserves, central and local forest reserves. And there are all kinds of regulations on reserves that would prevent deforestation.
Necessary provision of forest reserves in the law. I think you've explained that. Then the reverse of risks.
Maybe apart from the reserves, if you look at the policy, it also one of the strategic objectives in the policy, the current one that is running, but also the draft, we have enhancing the permanent forest estate, which is basically saying, let's have more reserves and let's declare more areas as reserves. That's also another useful provision.
Okay. Thank you for paying attention to our group input.
People clap once again to the group. Thank you. As you can see, we are being very, very productive. Let's have the next group. I think on the basis. Okay, fine, please.
Good afternoon or good evening. Sorry? Okay, good afternoon. So this is group 1. And our first question. Sorry, group 2. I apologize. It's evening, you know. Yes, so group 2. And our first question was on arrangements that have been put in place to respond to safeguard requirements in the context of, and we had 3 contexts. The first one was governance and coordination. The second one was stakeholder engagement platforms, and then the grievance redress mechanisms. So we arranged our submissions by the safeguards, and under safeguard A, which I'm not going to read, the water policy is missing, the Water Act of 1995. So I'm just going to list the governance, the policies and acts that we think should be added, and the regulations also. So the water policy, the Water Act of 1995, the National Climate Change Regulations of 2025, the National Forestry and Tree Planting Regulations of 2016, the National Development Plan 4, the Uganda Energy Policy of 2023, Land Act of 1998, Biomass Energy Strategy of Uganda 2013, and the National Agriculture Policy of 2013. So I'm just going to go through them really fast, and I can share the document with one of the consultants. And then under the institutional frameworks, we think the research and academia have not been included among, and then the cultural institutions and media houses. So under stakeholder engagement platforms, we think you did a good job there, but the safeguards information system should be clear on how information will be protected against misuse. Then under the grievance redress mechanisms, environmental courts should be included, but also it wasn't very clear what is available to ensure fairness. We don't have anything under safeguard B, but under safeguard C, which is on indigenous people, the Uganda Registration of Titles Act of 2011 should be included there under the governance and coordination. And then in the document, you quote traditional land ownership, but we suggest that customary land ownership should be adopted instead. Then on page 68.4 is not yet an achievement. Yeah. Then under safeguard D, which I think is on indigenous people also, there has been perpetual underrepresentation of these groups. And we think that we suggest that the numbers we should, if possible, include numbers and also ensure that both males and females are in attendance. So when you're inviting them, let a male come and a female come, but also be clear on the numbers. Safeguard E, so under the drivers of deforestation, we suggest that you remove charcoal production because it's already captured under fuel wood, and then add intentional and wildfires. So the intentional, in brackets, you'll capture poaching, hunting, arson, etc., fires that are not natural. Then under safeguard F, on page 69, under the section of prevention of illegal land titling in forests, Roman number 2 should be rephrased to include undertaking surveillance and forest patrol. So it should read enforcement of land tenure laws through surveillance and forest patrols. And then the sentence continues. So under safeguard G, you have EIA, but it should be easier to include the social impacts. But also what's missing under that is the strategic environmental assessment, the SEA. Then life cycle assessment should be added, environmental audits and policy design as well. And then on page 100, sentence number 6, which begins with Uganda has regulations, should be rephrased. We're not going to suggest how, just think about how to rephrase it. Our second question was for us to provide our understanding of the key terms in each of the safeguards. So under safeguard A, sovereignty should be defined in relation to forestry legal frameworks of Uganda. Under safeguard B, indigenous people, this should be defined in the context of Uganda as well. Then safeguard C should distinguish between indigenous people and local community, since we are in Uganda and the two terms are often confused. Then under safeguard D, risk of reversals should be defined better for someone that doesn't regularly attend these meetings. And then under E, biological diversity should be defined. Conversion of natural forests should be defined. Ecosystem services also need to be expounded on. And the social and environmental benefits should also be made clearer. Thank you so much. Group 2, have I represented your views well? Been a pleasure.
Another clap as we receive the next group. The time has been worth it. Thank you.
Presenter for group 1. Yes, good evening, everyone. This is Patrick Iglot presenting for group 1. We had 2 questions. The first one was, what are the environmental, social, gender-related, economic, and cultural circumstances in the context of implementing REDD+ measures? We were so bright that we had to add political stroke legal circumstances because we missed them out. So this group did a very good job. So I submitted this presentation. I wish we were able to flash it so that I run faster. Otherwise, it's a bit long. So under environmental, we looked at the circumstances both in terms of being positive but also negative. So currently the positive circumstances that exist in Uganda, we have an ongoing efforts in restoration, but also efforts in conserving the existing forests or trees. We're also having efforts in regulating trade in forest products. And then, of course, currently our laws in the forestry sector or general environment and climate change are in place. Some have recently been enacted. You talk of the climate change regulations, but also we are currently reviewing the National Forest and Tree Planting Act, CAP 160. There's also strong involvement of the private sector in aspects of tree planting, but also conservation of what is, currently existing. There is also ongoing efforts in mass sensitization of communities, generally Ugandan public, and awareness creation. An example is the Roots campaign, the Running Out of Trees campaign that we have spearheaded by Ministry of Water. But also we're implementing CFM arrangements, collaborative forest management arrangements, especially with the Central Forest Reserves, but also some community forests and local forest reserves are implementing this. In terms of negatives, environmental circumstances, the negative circumstances, well, of course, we still continue to see deforestation happening in different parts of the country, most notably in West Nile sub-region because of that challenge of the refugee influx. We still have encroachment in gazetted forest reserves, which is happening. There's also ongoing land use changes. An example is what is currently happening in the news, the Balalo situation. If you looked at it in terms of conservation, it is actually something that you see is a disincentive for us because the areas they are taking their cattle to graze in Acholi sub-region, for instance, are areas that were fairly forested. But now these are being cleared to create way for cattle grazing. And then there are land tenure changes that are leading to forest cover loss. For example, communal land now, again, talking of Acholi sub-region, we note the communal land system in Acholi is being threatened now. People are now buying that land and privatizing it. And yet previously, that communal system was good for enhancing the conservation efforts. Of course, we also have illegal and unregulated trade in forest products. I mentioned in the positive side that we had some efforts in regulating this trade, but we also can't run from the reality that there is a lot of illegality that is still happening in the sector. And then, of course, our carbon trade is mostly still dependent on a long chain of brokers, and the final, final beneficiaries get peanuts from what would have been a good deal. Of course, we talk of political interference in areas of enforcement. An example is the Executive Order number 3 of 2023, where His Excellency banned charcoal burning from, I think, 5 sub-regions in Greater Northern Uganda. But enforcing that has been largely challenged, interfered politically, you may say. But also we've had a bit of a contradicting, quote unquote, executive orders or decisions by His Excellency. An example is, although it seems to be well thought, the ban on export of raw timber, in a way, it is a disincentive to the farmer who can't readily get. I know, for example, farmers who are stranded with teak trees, which are mature, but because locally in Uganda, we don't consume most of this teak. We export most of it when it's raw. Now that export market is closed and the farmers who previously planted the teak are a bit stranded with it. And it's more of a disincentive to the tree planters. Of course, conversion of natural forests to plantations in some areas is also happening. So that is it for the environmental situation currently. So we go to the social. In the positive side, we are seeing partnerships that are happening. Excuse me. We are seeing a number of partnerships happening, especially from the private sector, companies, NGOs that have come in to support aspects of restoration, maybe through CSR activities. On the other side, we are seeing a lot of course, population growth that is impacting negatively in terms of conservation. Of course, we know a growing population will require more land to settle in, but also land for agriculture. Therefore, the previously conserved areas are likely to be lost. We have seen resettlement happening in terms of the refugee population that we're hosting, with the immense impact that they're having into our environment, but also people who are internally displaced and settling in the camps, and the impact this has on our environment. Poverty, although the official government position is that we're moving towards a middle income status, in reality, we still think that, we still see that the greater part of our population is struggling with poverty. And of course, that doesn't augur well. A poor population is going to rely so much on natural resources. And this is what we're seeing. That's why we're seeing a lot of charcoal burning happening here and there. There's also heavy dependence on wood fuel for energy. Again, that's a result of, the poverty and of course our current state. There's a reality of corruption within our society. And that in a way has, hampered efforts, especially in terms of enforcement. We are also seeing unclear benefit sharing arrangements in most of the situations. With the exception of Uganda Wildlife Authority, we think that majority of the forestry interventions actually, majority of the forestry sector, thank you, does not have these clear benefit sharing arrangements. Thank you. Yeah, that's what happens when you have ladies in your group. We're also seeing conflicts over rights to access, control, and ownership of land and other natural resources. We're also seeing exclusion of minority groups, including indigenous peoples, from decision-making in some situations. So under gender considerations, the positive we saw there is that there is an existing ENR, Environment and Natural Resources Gender Strategy, 2016 to 2021, but we note that this one needs to be reviewed. On the negative side, of course, gender-based violence is still there, which is arising from resource sharing, especially when we talk about benefits coming from forests. But we're also looking at norms that disadvantage women from owning land. It's still happening in some communities. And then we're seeing that women and children are the most affected by the negative effects of climate change. In economic, on the positive side, we are seeing revenue coming from forests and tourism products. On the negative side, we are seeing that a number of income generating activities that are not well regulated are actually leading to quite an amount of deforestation. The example is the rampant charcoal burning that is happening in the greater north. But also, if you've crossed the West Nile, that bridge to West Nile, if you reach Pakwach, you see a lot of artisans there. The amount of destruction that these guys have caused in and around Pakwach is immense. I was privileged to be part of a certain study recently, and you can't imagine it. You look at it on the surface, but it's an income generating activity, yes, for them, but the level of destruction is immense. So some of this are causing negative, impacts. But also we have observed that there is very little we are doing in terms of value addition in the sector. Under cultural circumstances, on the positive side, we are seeing conservation influence that is coming from cultural institutions. An example can be the the Acholi Cultural Institution that has been instrumental in conserving the shea trees. But also in the recent tree planting efforts we're noticing in the country, cultural institutions like the Buganda Kingdom have been at the center of these efforts. But the second positive is that there's a wealth of existing indigenous knowledge within these cultural, institutions. On the negative side, we are again seeing inadequate involvement of women, especially in decision-making arising from some of the cultural practices and norms. There are some cultures, for example, where women can't attend meetings with their fellow men. Women can't stand and speak before men. So those things still exist. There are cultures where a woman cannot own land. And yeah, so those are disincentives when it comes to conservation and efforts in REDD+. Under political and legal circumstances, of course, we know that on a positive note, there is existing political will. On a number of occasions, we've had His Excellency make pronouncements when it comes to conservation. Don't touch the forest, don't touch the wetlands. Those pronouncements are there. We have also seen establishment of the utility courts, which for a long time we've been crying for. On the negative side, we are seeing that there is delayed justice or delayed or unsatisfactory disposal of environment cases. And because largely other courts are not, for lack of a better word, are not so much maybe interested in this, or not so much well educated on the environment cases. So the manner in which they are disposed is a bit wanting. But now, of course, we saw in the positive that we've come up with that utility court, which is a positive, but I think we still need more. There's also weak enforcement of laws. And then there's limited appreciation of the economic and the non-economic value of forests, especially by our politicians. So when they're budgeting, when they're planning for forests, this is something that is kind of a disincentive. So in question 2, we looked at mechanisms that have been put in place for addressing and respecting safeguards through REDD+ implementation. So we went through this looking at each of the safeguards. The first safeguard, actions to complement or are consistent with objectives of the national forest programs. Mechanisms that we think have been put in place. We know that we have the relevant policies, laws, and regulations that are in place. Some of them have recently been enacted. Some are being reviewed, to catch up with emerging trends. There's also promotion of countrywide tree planting through various campaigns, especially the Roots campaign. And of course, the institution of Executive Order number 3 of 2023. Those are some of the mechanisms we think are in place. Safeguard number 2, transparent and effective national forest governance structures, taking into account national legislation and sovereignty. We say the governance structures exist. And then data sharing protocols within various institutions. Some is being developed, but also for some institutions, it already exists. But also the ongoing RAPEX process is one of those mechanisms that we think are there to reorganize the existing structures. Under safeguard number 3, respect for knowledge and rights of indigenous peoples, blah, blah, blah. So we looked at 2 mechanisms that are in place. The national level policies and frameworks exist that recognize the rights of indigenous people. For example, the Indigenous Peoples Planning Framework of 2021 is in place. There are also efforts to involve Indigenous peoples and local communities in various levels of consultations and decision-making. I know for a fact that a similar engagement like this one that we had in Mbale a few months ago, we had a representation from Indigenous people. I'm not sure about this one, but at least the other one I'm sure we had Indigenous people be part of it. So those efforts are there. Safeguard number 4, full and effective participation of relevant stakeholders, in particular Indigenous peoples and local communities in REDD Plus actions. Again, we're saying the stakeholder engagement plan and that the REDD Plus is in place. And then efforts to involve Indigenous peoples and local communities in consultations and decision-making are being undertaken. Safeguard number 5, actions that are consistent with conservation of natural forests and biological diversity, blah, blah, blah. With total 3 mechanisms that are in place. Most of the natural forests are gazetted into forest reserves, which are protected by law as part of the permanent forest estate. So these ones, you can't easily convert them to anything else other than keeping them for natural forests. But also, if you look at the law, the National Forest and Tree Planting Act, it made it extremely difficult for these areas to be degazetted. And so far, we've not had a successful case of degazettement that has followed the law. So we think that is a positive mechanism that is in place. But we also have CITES. We have been successful in listing some of our species under CITES for protection, especially those ones which are endangered. Examples of Zelia africana, Prunus africana, Osiris lanceolata, and many others that, we've been able to enlist under CITES. And again, if you look at the Act, the National Forest and Tree Planting Act, CAP 160, it has made it extremely difficult for anyone to convert a natural forest either into a plantation forest or other land use. And for us, we think that is a positive mechanism that is in place. For the other 2 safeguards, we didn't have adequate time to look at them. I therefore submit on behalf of Group 1.
So we can see that there are many gaps which we shall fill using what has been generated today. And on that note, we can clap for ourselves once again as I invite Christine to give us a way forward.
Thank you so much, the consultants and the group, for the job well done. You can give yourselves another round of applause. Thank you, Xavier. Tea is at the back. Please feel free to pick a cup of tea. We've come to the close of today's session, and we are grateful for your active participation, for the input you've provided in the draft SOI. I know you're now familiar with the content, and we encourage that as you go back, you continue reviewing the document and continue to provide comments. We still have tomorrow. And on that note, I want to invite Mr. Robert Bachika to close today's session. Thank you.
So that means the one who has clapped is not the one who has followed. Thank you so much for today. And we are so grateful to this technical input we have provided to improve the summary of information. And at least we're happy to inform that for SOI 2, it had broad-based stakeholder engagement. How many of you were involved in the first SOI? By show of hands. So you can see it was the 3. And so that is really quite some progress, showing the whole of society, whole of government approach in SOI 2. I'm not here to waste too much of your energy. I know we're already tired, but we started late. But also we appreciate your flexibility and most importantly, the Ministry of Water for bringing us and ensuring we contribute to this wonderful document. I'm not closing, but I'm just giving next steps such that tomorrow we'll be able to see if we can depart a bit early. And if it doesn't go well, then we will really see how we can make adjustments to complete the tasks for us. As you know, there are 2 presentations that have not been covered. One of the presentation is on the climate change regulations, and the other is a presentation linking some of the outputs under this TA, as the Assistant Commissioner said in the morning. So we are trying to show you how the evolving policies, laws, and regulations are informing Uganda's application documents under the art crediting program with its 3 standard. In the first incidence, I used to have difficulty to separate what a crediting program is and what is the standard. But through the capacity building extended by the REDD Plus Secretariat, now I am able to differentiate that art is the crediting program, and then trees is the standard. So those presentations will be moved forward, and tomorrow after the recap, we'll start with those presentations. And then we have a presentation from colleagues from the United Nations Environment Program. It's still on schedule. And thereafter, so we will have a marathon in the morning, starting exactly by 9 up to 10:30. We'll have 3 presentations in one. And then we will devote quite another substantive time, like we have devoted to this product. Also, a report which is before you. Please keep this report. Please make sure these reports If they remain on the table, you keep them, or the team to use them tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll be discussing the draft report on mapping non-state entities interested in acquiring high integrity emission reduction. You have had SC talking about high integrity credits. So tomorrow will be the platform, and we look forward to devoting the whole of after break up to lunch, post-lunch, to really have also this report provided the input may require, and then we'll say our day is complete. So that is for the administrative work with regard to the workshop proceedings. The second is on the logistical bit. I'm told that all of you who received a letter from Eve Nachiyinji, have you seen Madam Nachiyinji here? Some of you just received the communication, you don't know Nachiyinji. So if you received the communication from her, make sure you talk to her very well and ensure that she captures your actual details. And these are your mobile money number in your names. This time, colleagues, we request you, because these bank processes take quite large time. If one name is inconsistent with your number, the whole compilation is dropped and re-entered. So the request that please use your mobile numbers registered in your name as you have registered, and then we will be able to start the process of preparing your refunds by tomorrow, because it's already late. We request for your indulgence. For some of you who are under the UNEP support, please be patient up to tomorrow. For those who are under the WWF support, please see, I think it's Krusum behind for your also further guidance. But I still say, please make sure your mobile money numbers are in your names and ensure they are correctly captured. I think the table behind has an Excel sheet where you should confirm your name and your number before you leave, such that we are able to expedite the process for your refund. From me and on behalf of Emily, together in collaboration with the REDD Plus Secretariat, I want to say we adjourn this meeting as we continue to reflect, and then tomorrow we will resume from where this was opened. So have a good evening, and let's meet tomorrow.